And I love ballerina cappuccino. Ballerina cappuccino. My name's Tong 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 Sahur. And I love ballerina cappuccino. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Tong 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 Sahur. If I love ballerina cappuccino. Ballerina, 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 ballerina. Hey, Tong 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 Sahur. Yeah. And I love ballerina cappuccino. She is my favorite girl in the whole wide world. So come here, ballerina cappuccino, and be my girl, my one and only, my favorite girl. Ballerina cappuccino. You are my one and only. I'm just trying to help you. Choose front breaking motherfucker. There's me up here. Just keep moving on. I just want to get some groceries to go home. And you are too, man. You're fucking with them, screaming, terror, fucking fire, and burns of future. I'm just trying to. I'm sorry. Could you please just let me check on your groceries? Before I do that, this is actually this is I have a big problem. I have this problem. I'm just going to see where to switch and out to the foundation. Correct, is it one? Okay, I think that the time to find there. Certain place, and it was weird. Previously, I had a mind card accident. The reason is that there are substantial words everywhere under a number of states. Words are higher, good character, strong character, and mainline. Things are going to change. They're going to change. I got lots of people here. Fortunately, on the other side, I use front row sitting wrong. I have one of these. Since there are a lot of branch circuits here, but I do not have all the way. Instead, I never close to the way from the full song. Use of these extensions and the branch head label where it's in the center and down. But you're good. It's a great direction. After the people and fish that they through. After a few hours, it is mortally stuck. Rollbacks came off and it won't pull forward or backward. So I made this spool, which I will attach to my drill and force it out. Didn't work. Although I'm rather outraged with myself, I do have a backup. This time, I'm going to try going through the bulkhead in the bathroom. I did not want to do this, but what choice do I have? Let's see inside. Nope, fully blocked and closed. After a little exploring, I found the Northwest Passage. I will feed the cable through this wall right inside the electrical closet. This is working much, much better. Feeding some 6-gauge as well. Here, now I have 3 branch circuits that I need to staple up and run through my tunnel. That was supposed to be a lot easier than it was. Previously, I had a minecart accident. The reason is that there are let's talk about shoring and thickholes. The deepest section of my suburban line, I have not yet installed any supports. I get a lot of comments about the likelihood of collapse or of a sinkhole somehow occurring. That is understandable if dewatering caused underground erosion or if there was widespread subsidence. Fortunately, it's all rock and very stable. I do that short intervention. Historically, mine shafts were supported with timber props that would be in areas where the roof needed reinforcement. In some places, even that might be wood. Nowadays, rigs like this beautiful sandvik are used to install bolts. Afterwards, gunite may be applied for further reinforcement. I've been doing a little bit of both methods. For rock bolting, I drilled 18-inch holes in the ceiling and inserted rebar with some grout. Although this helps avoid small layers of rock falling, professional mining speeds are 4-foot bolts that are in place. I've also used wood supports, though they are temporary as they will run out. This particular prop has been here over 6 months under the most precarious span. Notice how the ceiling has not subsided at all. But for the long term, especially since it's under my house, I was in steel and reinforced concrete to be airstrike resistant. Fortunately, I've not faced many issues with rock stability and will continue carefully monitoring for safety. Let's talk about shoring and thickhole and building a tunnel system under my house. And today I will trim the stone over the main shelter arch. This is a job I don't particularly like, as one fought hole and I might get squashed like they do in the Saturday morning cartoons. Previously, I poured concrete for the right half of the arch. I did not do the entire arch at once, as I could not figure out a way to control the flow of the concrete into all the corners and spaces. I don't have access to doors from above, so that is the challenge. In fact, I still have the challenge once I form the left side. How do I get concrete back there? I have an idea that will either be brilliant or a total disaster. I will install a huge pipe at the very top of the arch and pump the concrete into it. We'll use a few teeth to divert the flow wherever I want it. I am concerned that this will pressurize the form far beyond the weight of the concrete, so I will need to make it extra strong. There, now I will install some plastic membrane, the pipe, and some rebar. I'm building a tunnel system under design level where the end cap fire that to design left the protective coverage is all done with light use. Husky that too. With that too. Design levels where the end cap fire that too. Design left the protective coverage is all done with light use. Husky that too. With that too. Design levels where the end cap fire that too. Design left the protective coverage is all done with light use. Husky that too. With that too. Design level vacation to the city of Charlotte. This is a DR Park neighborhood with a home under construction. Let's check it out. First thing we see is this crooked threshold floors. How they're not well known for good workmanship, but come on. Decent chisel work here. I often notice odd floor plan choices in yard work builds. Like here we have the bathroom and water closet plan, but the stack is located in the closet. It's cool, but I would unfold the toilet before I would run a sewer snake through my closet. Hang on upstairs, the master bedroom has a bath and separate shower and a weird cubby hole for the toilet and walk-in closet. Don't know about you, but I would hate to go through my bathroom to the closet. Future talk case. The window sills are cut from some long lines. Mass production style with no beveling at the ends. Right. Kind of a large crack in the slab here. Now I know that the casing is not flush with the jam. No stupid design, but at least it should be more featured box. I understand it. The framing guys actually did a pretty good job. I wish there was a better way to secure the siding, but I do like these fake things. Well, what do you think would be my idea for it to home? Previously, I made a video about my street suburban mining operation. I can only rent a dumpster for 2 weeks at a time. I cannot find fast enough. So I end up staging the rock in my basement to it's double work. My conclusion was that I need to mine faster, so I will attempt exactly that in a 2-week period. I will have no rock staged, which means I will need to find on the spreadsheet. Everything can go smoothly. Thank God, transport again. Looking at the elevator, human and machine need to work in harmony. We do period. The dumpster is 60% every day is a great day, but some are less great than others. My third tank then an extension cord and was laying over top of the ramp and it overturned. In doing so, it got away. Plummet rays here the stuff. Gathered it. Stripped weekly at this way. We broke this one. Fortunately, the template is connected with rubber couplings and they're done. I guess I'm going to have to add loose extension cords to my list of workplace hazards that need monitoring. This is my vegetable garden. It's been about 2 years. I have a new problem.
This is actually gonna make something same person. Okay, yeah, let's go. My very first day landing in I mean this guy, his name's Robbie. He looks at me. Yeah. And he's like, yes, look at me, brother. He was all trying. It's like, oh yeah, I can speak to it. You should totally be your brother. And he's like, well, I sound Australian, he sounds American. It's a Canadian American accent. Yeah. I can do an Australian accent. That's why you thought of it, because you just did one right there. That was pretty good. Yeah. So I started doing an Australian accent that night. We went out and met him. Playing to go surfing the next day. This does make sense. I actually did this for a whole night. Is why I didn't do it longer. How long? 9. Okay, tell the whole story. Tell the whole fucking story. How will I go out and go surfing? Okay. I'm so pissed. Like, and I'm so I got anxiety. I realized people who travel the same time from their building. So I'm faking it with them. I know faking it from the week, whatever. When I go to Thailand from Indonesia, I'm like, I have nothing. I'm just gonna go back to my normal voice. Yeah. As I get to the hostel ranch for the whole party, someone from Indonesia was there. And I was like, hey guys, do you got me work? And they goes, oh, you're working. Oh, how you going, mate? Yeah, you fucking right. Oh, you're looking for work. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you got both parties. Oh, what's your accent from? Oh, stuck in this. Yeah. And I had a whole thing because they're like, why do you have to learn passport? Oh, well, I lost compared.
I'm so glad you were so desperate you married your loser of a husband. You married him. See your ring size. He didn't even give you a ring. How pathetic is that? Yeah.
You want me to do what now? This thing gets asked a lot.
You know what I'm gonna do? Let's go.
Maybe 25. I don't care. So I keep them. Carson screen. Where my face now? I'm sorry.
We've seen time and time again road rage just break people's brains. There's something about that anger that is so potent that it has people just do the most unhinged things. Like a week ago, I made that video on the Florida man road rager who got so upset he dropped his britches and started shaking his weenie at a family in a car. There's just something about road rage that has people snap and get real freaky like they just took K2. And now today we're talking about another incident here, the infamous Delco Cooper. Just look at this menace. Look how proud she looks of herself. Some of you might know her by other names like Sally the Stinker. I don't know her by that name, I just made it up. But the point is, she has now rose to infamy because a video has surfaced where in a bout of road rage, she approaches her opponent's car, takes down her britches, and then aims the brown balloon out of the hood and blasts it. And I mean like Nickelodeon Slime Time blasts it with her poop. Fecal matter all over the hood of that car. And then she was arrested for it. It's very interesting stuff, but there's actually more lore behind it than you would expect. You see the video of the lady who shit on a car like projectile type. Yep, I was talking about her during the watch party. I forgot her name. But yeah, she like fucking Cleveland steamered the vehicle. It was incredible. That one was awesome. That's all hell breaking loose. Doubt I could show the video. Well, maybe this. The news probably censored it. It's really cool. She fucking shotgun blasts it with poop.
Where she is seen defecating on a car hood.
Launchful warfare.
You with the driver. Understands Lily Zhang was in Prospect Park as the suspect was taken into custody.
Wow, I didn't read her quote. So the pooper was identified as 44-year-old Christina Solometto of Ridley Park, taken into custody last week, charged with a string of offenses including criminal mischief, disorderly conduct, harassment, indecent exposure, and depositing waste on the highway. Is that her? Can't say I've seen that truck before, but her statement, she told authorities it was clean poop. I didn't even have to wipe. Wow. She stated, I wanted to punch her in the face, but I pooped on her car instead and went home. I'll tell you right now, Christina, ain't no such thing as a clean poop. No such thing as a free meal. And it was an actual diarrhea. That's like the furthest thing from clean. She just lets it crust.
The police chief from Prospect Park says he has seen some road rage case. That video
Yeah,
shows.
but look at the way she approached us. The full video, you can see it where she's like walking up, hands on her britches. She's charging her ult, and then she just in one fell swoop drops Trow, and she just blasts it like a grenade going off on the hood of the car. It was unbelievably impressive.
Been identified Thursday as Christina Solometto walking to another woman's car. The 44-year-old sits on the hood. We're not showing the most graphic video.
And again, that's not an accurate statement. She doesn't really, I mean, I guess she kind of sits on the hood of the car, but it's more so she's like in front of it, and she just explodes it out like a Roman candle.
Including when she appeared to defecate on the car.
I like how she said appeared to defecate. I'm not sure what it was.
Same sense. Like, to be able to poop on a floor like that was impressive, but it was disgusting.
That's what I'm saying.
You had to go.
Thanks, Pat.
Solometto was brought to the Prospect Police Department Thursday in handcuffs, offering no remarks.
What is the charge?
A number of
Enjoying a shit, a succulent runny poop.
waste on a highway.
The recognition a town gets over this kind of thing, sometimes this is how it presents.
You got to see the video where they arrested her. Someone asked her what she ate that day. Oh, they got boots on the ground for the actual arrest itself, too. I gotta watch that then. I highly encourage you to check out the video. It's one of the more impressive uses of the human colon, I would say. Can you tell us what happened?
The lady chased me. She chased me and I asked her not to attack me.
That is 44-year-old Christina Solometto.
There's no regret on that face.
But you may know her by this, now viral video. Police say the Ridley Park mother is the woman.
Look at how quickly she gets in and out. This one's censored a little more generously. She's in and out in like 10 seconds, and she does all the dirty deeds immediately. The speed is impressive. Like, honestly, everything about it was about as best it could go for her.
As she was getting arrested, Solometto says,
I have a sickness.
she didn't elaborate on the sickness, but the bizarre case has now gotten international attention. Not the kind this police.
I wonder what sickness that is. It's a blunderbussy. That's certainly one word for it. I'm sure we'll hear that nomenclature used in court when an expert witness is called to the stand. People can shit in a thunderbox, however, not in a car when they gotta go. Where's the justice? The hell is even that? What is a thunderbox? People can shit in a thunderbox. Oh, here we go. Yeah, we got it. Can you tell us what happened?
The lady chased me. She chased me and I asked her not to attack me. She chased you? I have a sickness.
Oh, that's the whole thing.
Said she chased you? Yeah, she chased me. And I got out, begged her to stop. And she got her dog too.
Yeah, I love that. This is biased. You haven't even heard Delco Cooper's side of things. Will you stop it? You can't possibly form your opinion on a 44-year-old woman shitting on the hood of a car without hearing why she did it. The line's been getting thicker every day. A reporter.
This vintage ring was nearly ruined during a resizing. Wait till you see what it looks like now. Maddie picked it up at the Tucson Gem Show because it reminded her of a silver ring her mom gave her for her 16th birthday. But it was just a bit too small and had some damage and discoloration along the sides. Maddie happens to watch my videos and figured I might be able to fix it, and I'm really glad she brought it to me because this isn't a normal restoration. In fact, most of the details were too far gone to recover, so I have to create something new and blend it into what's still intact. I carve out most of the ornate pattern using a 1/4mm ball burr. There's no template to follow, I'm just redrawing it by hand, cutting around what's left and rebuilding what's not. I'm pretty sure the original design never actually went all the way around the ring, but I didn't want to leave any blank spots either. Once the engraving was done, I added a mill grain pattern. Then I polished everything up and added a fresh layer of rhodium plating to thin out the color. There's no way to know if this is actually how it looked when it was new, but I certainly think it looks a lot better now than it did before. What do you think? This vintage ring was nearly ruined during a resizing. Wait till you see what it looks like now. Maddie picked it up at the Tucson Gem Show. This vintage ring
Just discovered she's a foot fetish multi-fans model. He legit asked her if he's willing to make scat for her. The article is the Delco. So it's there's it from the big magazine. I had there, right? Which the alleged Delco. I like how it's alleged as if there's someone else that might have been responsible for the shooting. We don't know if it was her or not. We're not positive. She didn't like it. Lightsabers is her. Something different times. And there are actually two answers to this question. One being explained inside of the lightsaber. You see, some lightsabers having sensor built-ins. So that gives a leg of the hands of the sleeper deactivated. Now some didn't like the sensor idea, so instead they designed the lightsabers with the signal switch that they could live in. The old lightsabers were made to on so it wasn't able to add this, allow the user to do a lightsaber like to be great, like you see Darth Vader do the Jedi. Sometimes Jedi lightsabers with the activation inside the full rather than the outside. This made sure a person could have was now for scripture the lightsaber the walking on person to spend use lightsabers were wonderful. They were never made. Why did lightsabers turn? Dies. And there are actually two answers to this question.
I play state. You see, so play state was having sense for me. I have 3 pretty good for every new subscriber. And every day I've created 5 personalized dumps. And if you want a personalized dump, all you have to do is click my profile picture in the bottom right hand corner and make a video using this. After that, all you have to do is comment a color and I'll pick 5 of them. But you have to make sure you're subscribed.
Something on the back, on the please, baby, shake it to the back. So DJ, please tell me, please to the back. Please just rewind, let me shake it to the back. And if you something on the back, on the please, baby, shake it to the back. So DJ, please tell me, please to the back. So please just rewind, let me shake it. And if you something on the back, on the please, baby, shake it to the back. So DJ, please tell me, please to the back. So please just rewind, let me shake it to the back. And if you hear something on the back, on the please, baby, shake it to the back. So DJ, please tell me, please to the back. So please just rewind, let me shake it to the back. And if you hear something on the back.
Here's a challenge. Use this sound if Hammer Hair doesn't comment on your post in 3 days. He will give you 2,000 V-Bucks. Good luck. Also make sure to subscribe to blow this sound up.
So I'm an artist, and the worst part about being an artist is drawing blindness, where to the average person, this is what my drawing looks like. A pretty neat little drawing that looks like it took some time to make. But then this is how I see it, because I've been staring at it for so long, all I see is the flaws. Check on your... So I'm an artist.
Actually, that's a really good idea, Kelly.
What did I say? I took a lot, so I'm going to just tune myself out.
Wait, actually, that's a really good idea, Kelly.
What did I say? I took a lot, so I'm going to just tune myself out.
It's cool, I checked out. Oh, you wanna be friends now? Okay, let's pull my fake face on and pretend now. Sit around and talk about the good times. That didn't even happen. I mean, why are you laughing? What's the mistake joke? Let me see if I can find a reaction. No, but at least you're happy. It's cool.
You want me to tell the story or you? I can tell him. So once upon a time, I was playing a recorder instrument and your dad was the class brother. And that's how we met. There's actually something wrong with that story. Really? Yeah, I was 2 grades ahead of you. Okay? Which means I was never in your class.
Ron, to see Uncle Ben was in the same grade as you?
This girl, was bigger than Florida. She had all the boys in town.
Into it. And we have it on camera doing it. Could have been anyone. Make a free job. My temp was low last night. Phone rings for 5 p.m. Missed the call. It turns out it's from Christina Solometta. In charge of being the Delco Beaver. Sent her a message earlier today when I learned her identity before her records confirmed it. Ty Lopez is arguably the most iconic scammer in YouTube history. He's the mastermind behind the classic here in my garage. Just bought this Lamborghini, but Throughout the years, no name has commanded less respect than Ty, as he is just a clown people shoot spitballs at. He is just like the yada that people used to love to take shots at. Punching bag. And it's always fun because he's a piece of shit. He is literally a scammer. And not many people know this, but he's actually still around. It's no secret that General Grievous is like lightsabers in the Jedi. That's the first unlucky Jedi that started this new session. Well, it began when the first started at the Battle of Geonosis. And Grievous was actually there, but Count Dooku told him to stay hidden and watch the fight. As the Jedi were escaping in their gunships, one Jedi got left. Her name was Ursema Duke, and when she realized she missed her ride, she went on to chase the Separatist leaders who were escaping through the Geonosis Academy. Grievous saw she was in a clear resist going after her. Only with an electro staff, he caught up to her and attacked. Ursema tried to fight back and managed to hold her in for a bit. Eventually, she got too tired. That's when Grievous struck her down and took her lightsaber as his first. It's no secret that General Grievous is collecting lightsabers.
See how the initial of my name sounds. Let's see how the initial of my name sounds. Let's see how the what made that face Did you know?
See what it is? Come on. Russia.
Yes, I'm not concerned about it. If that player would rather die, it's fine, because you probably don't know what to do with it. That's totally that's you. You know what? I'll teach her. He is not. Yes, I'm not concerned about it. If that player would rather die, it's fine, because you probably don't know what to do with it. That's totally that's you. You know what? I'll teach her. He is yes, I'm not concerned about this. Would rather die, it's fine, because you probably don't know what to do with it. That's totally that's you. You know what?
Yesterday. And today's college choice is brought to you by Shiny Dog Scholarship. The dogs on the plate. Here's a big one, race with the secret chance to be my town. And single big sound. Houses. You made it second.
You. It's great. This will be our first video. I couldn't hold others to some so you can be written on my tape. After on the basis of the book not today, but I can really subscribe to me. It's this all the overnight.
Please. Oh, man, what the hell are you doing? Hey, what are you doing? rejected, I'll say, but again and again.
I know, I know. It's love.
It's not that I'm great because I say this. I am so I'm so it's I just found out that I'm great because I said I'm so I think I'm so it's very I just found out that I'm great because I said listen I'm so I'm so random words. Okay, that was the last one. Let's go. Time to make a beat. My friend said, those 3 words, then he sent it over to me. This beat is fine. I have to do the vote.
My love.
And still tries to sell courses and seminars. I wanted to take a look at one of his more recent ones, a tour of his $100 million mansion. Except it's not his mansion, he's leasing it. And he's not trying to hide that fact either. He wears it proudly on his sleeve and spends 17 minutes coping trying to convince his audience that leasing a $100 million property is actually a galaxy brain, giga chat financial decision. He tries to convince them that leasing is better than buying in a lot of cases. It is unbelievable delusion.
Well, let me give you the reasons why I just lease this $100 million house in Beverly Hills. Why would I lease this for a year? Is that crazy?
It's beyond crazy. It's plain brain dead. This is plus ultra moron shit here. Leasing a $100 million property. Like, they're trying to posture it as a good thing and a smart financial decision. That is baffling. And I know Ty Lopez is just a complete fake person. Like, he even moves a PC out of GTA, like some kind of character you'd find on the street that's like falling over or getting bullied by someone. But like this, it's become his whole persona. You know, I'm oiled up in my garage, rubbing my wiener on my Lamborghini, you know, that kind of thing, like flexing these wealthy things. But this is so unbelievable to me, where he's trying to position a lease on a $100 million property is a good thing.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what Felix Dennis. He had the 3 F's rule. If it flies, floats, or lease it, don't buy it.
A mansion does none of those things, except fuck you in the face. Like, I understand that this is all for show. I think there's a very real chance he's not even leasing this property, and I'll get into that in a moment. As he's doing the walkthrough, this place is more barren and empty than my fucking 16th birthday party. Like, I don't think he even leased it. I think he asked the realtor if he could just film a video in there so he could promote his seminars. The only reason he's at this property and making this video is to try and push gullible fools into purchasing his courses and attending his seminars and that kind of fucking nonsense, just to keep exploiting people.
But that's not the real reason. I'll give you the reasons I would do something crazy, because we live in a world, it's like if you lease a Lamborghini, people think, oh, this person's dumb, or they're trying to pretend, or they lease a house. You know, this isn't an Airbnb, this is a long-term lease. People are like, oh, and I'm going, no, use your brain. They don't teach us in school financial literacy.
It's not financial literacy, it's substantial idiocy. If you used your brain for even a second, just had one neuron activation moment, you would recognize how stupid this whole thing is.
I buy farmland. I own farms. This is number one. There are things you should buy and things you should lease.
Ty loves to go on and on about the farms that he owns, and I'm confident he's never stepped foot on them for even a second past the initial handshake of purchasing it. If that's even a true story, it's impossible to know with Ty Lopez. But if he did own farms, you bet your sweet dippy he'd say, ew, yucky, smelly animals, and run away. To tie it all back to Ty's 10 commandments here of leasing, I'm going to go ahead and poke some holes into that theory here. There are things you should buy, and there are things you should lease in some cases. You know what one thing you should never lease is? A $100 million mansion, no matter how well off you are. I don't even understand this from a conceptual standpoint, because this just looks pathetic. It looks weak. And I feel even the most brainwashed of suckers would see that too. Like, let's say I'm someone susceptible to Ty Lopez's manipulation. And I'm like, Ty Lopez, he's got all the secrets to wealth. If I follow him, I'll be a multi-millionaire. And then I watch this video, I would look at Ty Lopez like a little fucking vermin for it, because this is him paying a richer man to film content in that house. This isn't his house. He's very open about leasing this. He is paying someone more wealthy and more successful than him to ask him if he can kind of stay there while filming YouTube videos. Like, that's not a financial guru. That's a bitch.
What I also like about this house, and reason number 2, is a lease for tax purposes and deductions. If you've got a big business, you get better tax deductions. Just I use this tax. Actually, let's go this way first. Okay.
That he has the business wing sectioned off here. Why? What's happening over there? Is that where the owner is? And he's fucking your girlfriend, Ty? Like, I don't understand. only in their own home would be like quarantining the business wing. That'd be like me setting up an obstacle course to get into my office here. That's where I do the high level stuff. So naturally, I've got it blockaded.
Yeah, it's a sitting room, but I'm gonna put it grand piano. I like to play the piano.
You runny nosed little worm, why are you lying to me? I know you're not putting a grand piano in there.
Number 3 is flexibility. Next reason is charity.
Yes, charity. Nothing says helping the community quite like living in a $100 million mansion that you're leasing. He's doing it for he's not selfish. He's leasing this property because he's uplifting those around him, helping everyone that he can through this. And he stays flexible. Of course, he's not married to his home. If he wants to, he can go get $200 million lease on $500 million. He's got so many options.
Never just live for yourself. I call it the 50-50 rule. You spend 50% of your life living for yourself and your family and people depend on you, but 50% living for the good of others. So this house is amazing. I already did a big event, a charity pool party, this backyard with 800 people. I sold tables and from the little tables in the back went to charity. So you can do good with a big house.
Might actually be the biggest arguments I've ever heard for why some narcissistic loser piece of $100 million property. There's so much you can do for a big house like this. I put a party and I sold tables. I don't know what that means. Full disclosure, I don't know what that is. Sold tables. Is that like for baby oils? It's like a free one for something like that. With that, whatever. Sold tables in a charity. Hey. Charity. He's saying that it's when you're trying to say figures so time yes, should 50 you're still a student right exactly trying to stand next person is personalized responsibility. So if you negotiate release right, shape. Just say like I don't think Swears, but I just don't believe anything that ever comes out of Ty Lopez's mouth, to be honest with you. I bet he hasn't even dipped his toes into that pool because it might be a little too chilly or something. But like, I don't even understand why he's going on about this. And then he says, I like to do my workouts outside. There's like 5 dumbbells there. They go up to like maybe 20 pounds, Billy or something. But getting a real big pump out there on a time. He's making this shit up on the spot. Like I said, I don't think he actually even leases this place. I think a realtor just granted him permission to come through while it was being cleaned for a serious buyer. Because he's just walking through, like, pointing at shit and going on these completely nonsensical tangents. Oh, yeah, I like to do my workouts outside, which is why all those heavy dumbbells are over there. Yeah, a lot of ropes around here from last night's Hoop Daddy. We had a big shit dig last night. I don't know why rooms are still up.
Another reason, it's a great opportunity to test a place. So if you negotiate a lease correctly, you can a lot of times put that you have first option to buy. So it's a great way. This is guest house here in the pool. I got friends that stay here. My mom, when she comes to visit, she likes to stay close, but be a little bit separate. So she stays here in the pool house.
Yeah, you get to guinea pig that house for a little bit and do a bit of beta testing. Yeah, this pool house, I kind of confine my mom in these quarters when she's around here. She loves to come over, and I have so many friends. You guys know the friends I have. Lots and lots of friends, and sometimes they'll stay here too when my mom's not, taking up the joint. You know what I mean? So yeah. Also, like he's just going around making up stories for shit. He is just spitballing lore for things that he sees, like a game of I Spy.
This is where we had the tables for the charity thing. It's pretty cool. We had the DJ over there. So this room, I'm turning. Anton's here, CEO here. He's getting some work done, but this is becoming the game room.
Is Anton even alive over there? It looks like he's out cold. You should be going over there to check for a pulse, brother. It looks like he overdosed on chill pills. I also just don't even think Ty Lopez knows who that is. His name's probably not even Anton. He probably just pulled that out of his ass. Maybe he is the CEO of something. I don't have a clue. But to me, it just really feels like there's some random people in this house. And Ty Lopez is scrambling to try and explain why they're there. Like, oh, hey, it's Trickamo. Hey, up top. Yeah. Good game last night. Yeah. Trickamo was at the charity function last night. He donated $5 million to the charity we were partying for, but I think like a threesome or something. But anyway, it's great to see you. Great to see you. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Nope. Another charity event next week. That's right. Can't wait. Anyway, this is big game room. Be a lot of games in this room.
Super Bowl, you can open this to outside. You get your own bar here, which is kind of cool. But now I want to go back to one of the points of leasing versus buying.
I wish Anton had just shot up after hearing that. Like, what the fuck? But if it's a leasing versus buying, are you out of your mind? You off your gourd? Also, can't help but just appreciate that Ty Lopez talks about like the bar over there, and then like slowly walks over there, feet like full funds, just to spank it for no reason, just to slap it.
A reason that I like to do a $100 million huge house is it's easier to clearly delineate what's personal and what's business.
What the hell is even that? One of the biggest benefits to a big house in Ty Lopez's eyes is his ability to effectively section what's business and what's personal. Do you not have object permanence? Are you 5 years old? Man thinks if he's not in his office, it just disappears. So he has to set up these blockers to remind him, like, office on that side, that's where business is. You can't just be an adult and know that your office is where your business shit is. Everything else is your work personal shit. Like, what? How dumb are you?
Change your life right here. I'm loading all my books in. Buy out like other homes. So I'm trying to decide to own buy all my books because this place got such a good library. Do I want to ship books? I have more books in boxes on one of my forms. Okay, here, as I said, one of the advantages of leasing versus buying is the business element of it. Here, this house has a ballroom. A lot of my C-suite, not all my employees, but I have like the leaders come.
I fail to see how that's an advantage of leasing versus buying because you can still get that same effect through buying. If you own the house, you can still have them in that same ballroom, like your little fucking personal sweatshop here. Like it's not like leasing helped you do that better or gave you the ability to do that, whereas buying wouldn't.
Rickard Field here, one of the chief branding officers for the world's largest monitor. But yeah, this is a cool place. It's got very finely crafted kind of all of this work that they did is pretty incredible.
One thing I find very interesting is Ty Lopez walks around this house like a fucking ghost. Everyone around him treats him as if he's invisible. So he's like directly talking about Rick Field, who's in earshot. Like he is right next to him. Eyes breathing down his shoulder. Rick doesn't even give him the time of day, doesn't look at him. Anton, another example, never even acknowledges Ty Lopez's presence, doesn't even look up. Neither does anyone in that room. I don't think they know Ty. I really don't.
Very important. He keeps a lot of my books here. To put it on notice on me. The books I read, I stick in my office, so I put them all here. This one. This one. I like to go to sleep by reading 3 or 4 books. If you ain't sleeping well, don't be scrolling on your phone. Read.
Turns out Ty actually had some surprise books upstairs that he hadn't fully loaded into the shelves down there. So the books on the shelves, those are the ones that he reads. The ones upstairs, that's a totally different set of books. He starts fishing through there. This book and this book and this book, and then just hands it to Heidi. And then he says he reads 3 to 4 books before going to bed. Impossible? You don't do that? I know you don't. What do you mean you read 3 to 4 books? Like maybe picture books or something where you flip through Green Eggs and Ham, perhaps? You're not reading full books every night before bed. That's not happening.
I haven't really even. I don't spend all my time here. California's not my main home. It's somewhere else, and I also live in Europe part time. So another reason to lease why I leased versus purchase is I like to have multiple homes. And I feel like when you own something, you see it as your nest egg and you literally don't travel as much. I know that's psychological, but it's true.
I just cannot believe that he's saying these things on camera to his audience because it is so clear to anybody watching this how full of shit this man is. So you're telling me you lease tons of homes apparently and live a lot of different places. You're leasing a $100 million home despite not really spending that much time here. Why? Why lease a $100 million home then if you are actually just flushing money down the shitter? The reason you buy multiple homes if you've reached like an absurd level of wealth is you're building equity. Like you're building things. Like you are able to make money off those investments long term. Here, you are actually just burning money. So you're bad with money is what you're admitting to here, Ty. I cannot believe that he's not able to process that.
I've got a big party coming up. By the way, I'm doing these I do these mansion seminars in the ballroom and I do these charity parties. So I'll put a link in the description if you want to see the calendar of the upcoming stuff.
Absolutely, Ty. Sign me up. Parties, mansion seminars, and at least $100 million property. I can't wait to be taught by the master.
This place, they used to use it for like big charity events. Brad Pitt had an event here. It's pretty cool. But, a lot of times if you do it right, another thing I like is you can lease homes that will never come up for sale. It's kind of cool because sometimes people don't want to sell them. So for me, life is about adventure. Number one, my core drive is not material things. So like I said, farmland been the best risk-adjusted return. I'd rather own farms that have a productive use than just homes or mansions.
Ty's serving up a full course of a yappy meal here on the world's slowest elevator. Why does it take so long to go 2 floors? This elevator sucks. Is there just like a couple people with like a rope slowly letting it down as Ty gets in it? How is it that slow? Jesus. And anyway, whatever he's talking about in there is fucking stupid in the first place, saying how his number one motivator is not material things. Meanwhile, his whole persona is material things and presenting material things, flexing material things, and convincing his audience that they should and can get those material things through following him. You're just so full of barnacles, Ty. It's crazy.
I don't know where we are. That goes back up. And this is you can fit up to 20 cars in the garage. But my friend's staying here, and just one little Lambo. I'm trying to decide if I want to get a Phantom Rolls Royce with a driver.
That's so badass, Tommy. You can't just send anything else. The Phantom of the Rolls Royce with a driver. What's decisions? I say, shit's crazy.
Use this in life. It's got a really sound system. The chairs. My friends do. Experiment. And he's like, everybody fell asleep in the chairs. I think everybody's sitting there. Sorry. Things that have never happened. That's experiment.
It's just very true. You guys can see references as phrase. Truly depends. Yes. Yes, with your friends. They were here. So that was the word shit. And my friends, they came up with said things. So everybody is saying such a event. The next reason is adventure. Adventure. Studio business. It's a better getting down for career. So that's the settle beats. You know, I wanted in my adventure of folks does. He's just a little adventurous. He doesn't really have he likes to give you a purpose. It's no choice. As I told you at the beginning, what Felix Dennis said about the 3 Fs. So all the same people are financially illiterate. They're like, oh, if you didn't buy it, something's wrong. Do the cost benefit analysis. Sometimes it makes sense to buy. Sometimes it makes sense to lease. If you know you want to be there for a long time, like farms for me. Not a single convincing argument in favor of leasing over buying presented throughout this entire video. Because bare necessities. They go back down. Okay. Look at this. You like you found that shit yourself in the back door. They go back down. Look at this. You like is that it's stupid to lease a $100 million mansion under any circumstance. It's a terrible idea. And he's so hard to spin it as like an alpha. Maybe some boss of the film, right? Yeah, I'll be able to go over here. Yeah, stop signing. And actually, I think that in the stop sign, and go look. It was so awesome. Film, right? Yeah, I'll be able to go over here. Yeah, stop signing. And actually, I think that in the stop sign. So, do you know like you have a feature where you can submit at different speeds? I didn't know this. Does it actually work? Do you know like you have a feature where you can submit at different speeds? I didn't know this. Does it actually work?
You could play right answer. So, there's not many things. It's like, hey, this can be used. Lightsabers, second and future. So, but answer with she's surprising. Richard used it in back half of collection red lightsabers. This will experience and horrifying ship crimes. After ship wrestling, he was forced to enter surgery with the sniper. By the time he was fully skilled, including third Kevin may have stolen red lightsabers. He was able to move down and kill this while the lightsabers accidentally fell into his destroyed. So it's like living leads. Now it's collection. Here's my lights.
He's back.
Don't look it up, honey. Eat your potatoes.
Do something.
Well, we've been over this. Let's just pick up our plates and go eat in the hollow chasm.
Sea monkey.
He's back.
Don't look it up, honey. Eat your potatoes.
Tell me what's
So, I'm getting tired. I wish I could sleep. Don't want to go to sleep today. If I don't mind, that's something about going to the music.
Upset. When I
I'm so it's time. It's time. Even goes on to promote his seminar. Say, yeah, the pocket. Sorry, you sacrifice the bears for us now.
where the heck the roll?
This
Bring it to me. Don't forget about it. And the next year, out of the way, that you just 10,000. What do you know? It's good.
I told it dark saber.
That's a good.
Whoever wields it can lead all of Mandalore.
If it is won by Creed in battle, it is said one warrior who could be cut the boat or roll the force. If, however, not done in combat, open to the act of the undeserving, it will be a curse. Mandalore will be laid to wait, the Queen will be gathered to the holy. Then through the
Thank you for saying out the pocket. I'm sorry for sacrificing the bear. It wasn't enough.
where the
Once more to try and give people more sin able to become Force ghosts. As we see what happens to a Jedi when they die as they become a transparent silhouette of themselves. But is there such a thing for a Sith? Well, yes and no. You see, Sith are able to live on after they physically die, but they don't become ghosts like the Jedi. Becoming a blue ghost was only a light side power, which requires complete harmony and selflessness, something that Sith can't achieve by their nature. Instead, their solar consciousness actually can attach to objects and places. For example, in the Legends of the Dark Apprentice, Edgar Hood's spirit was bound to a temple again, or where Skywalker's Padawans and somewhat took a TV for his body, but in canon, we see the moment where Say Village travels to the planet Obi-Wan finds Darth Vader's spirit attached to it too. So Sith can become spirits after they die, as long as they transfer and attach their souls to a place or an object after dying. Are Sith able to become?
Because you know I'm gonna bat that right. Stop that right.
Yeah, I'm gonna
seeing that guy. Also,
The super cool. The super cool pet, so you can feed and interact with all of your favorite anomalous entities, such as the floating hand spider. Now, this little critter's diet consists of solely amethyst and human faces, so go ahead and toss that rock in there. Dude, kind of a rock. No. So exactly.
if you can land
All right. Sorry. So, yeah, I'm felt exactly. All right. What's the greater from? And I can name this part. Yeah. Forget this guy. Yeah, he said he's good. You know, why do you take care? Why consider? What? No, I gotta clean it. It's like, here, I'm like, so better. They don't call you. Yes, it's you. So, I mean, you're good job. You see, where does the plan look? Doggy. Okay, fine. I gotta go. That's that's so yeah, we can tell exactly what I go. All right, what's not pretty from and I can name this part. Yeah, okay, this guy. Yeah, he said this year was the data. The light is fine. You can take care of it. You can find it. But no, I've got this. It's just like
if you can land on the purple skull trooper and remix this audio to show proof that
So just classic Ty Lopez shit. Like, I wanted to make fun of it. That's about it. So yeah.
what happened to those who tried to leave the Star Wars galaxy? Their fates were strange and disturbing. Discussing all of them in today's video. Hey guys, this is Justin. Hello and welcome to another video. We're revisiting one of my favorite topics in Star Wars, and that's the strange parts of the galaxy, or in this case, the strange parts beyond the galaxy. I always liked the idea that things get more weird and mysterious the further you are away from Coruscant and the galactic core. The unknown region, of course, is full of mysteries and dangers, but beyond the galactic rim, there's sort of the idea that there could be anything lurking out there. That being said, Star Wars generally keeps its stories within the galaxy proper, and we don't even really hear histories in universe of those who try to make the journey beyond. This is a really relevant conversation because right now on my podcast, Tapcap Transmissions, just started the new Jedi. I will say, by the way, if you haven't read Star Wars, but now is the perfect time. Tapcap Transmissions is almost like a book club that I run. You can either read alongside us or just listen to us talking about the book. Factor Prime Book 1 of the NJO was done this Thursday. We've got our next book the Thursday after this week. Linked everything down. All right, so before we really get into things, I do have to make one quick clarification and distinction. The Star Wars galaxy has several smaller satellite galaxies, which the New Essential Guide to Warfare labels galaxies A through G. Galaxies A and B are very close to the main Star Wars galaxy. about 150,000 light years away. The other galaxies much further. So when I talk your galactic travel and not how they travel to those galaxies or the other star systems like Camino clusters and whatever else, which really close to the Star Wars galaxy, but technically beyond the rim. All right, so the basic thing that makes travel beyond the edges of the Star Wars galaxy difficult and certainly deep into intergalactic space is what's been called the hyperspace turbulence or the hyperspace barrier outside the galaxy. The New Essential Atlas describes this as a hyperspace tangle, which strangely doesn't have a real space counterpart. I call this strange because most phenomenon which exist in hyperspace are shadows of things that exist in real space, whether or stars or planets or any sort of real space phenomenon. The hyperspace anomaly of hyperspace barrier is different, and there are a bunch of theories about why that may be. Either way, by the Yuuzhan Vong era, it was widely understood that travel in and out of the galaxy would be very, very difficult, if not completely impossible. In fact, as we learn in Dark Time 1, this was a factor that caused the New Republic to respond slowly to the Yuuzhan Vong's initial incursion. They didn't believe that the galaxy could be entered from the outside. Part of the reason I'm doing this video is because Vector Prime actually gives a really good description of what scientists thought about extragalactic space. It's a quote that, for whatever reason, I didn't mention in prior videos. So here it is. Before this moment, no one had ever witnessed evidence of, let alone the actual event of, an extragalactic breach. Many scientists argued that such a breach could not even be accomplished. Certainly several and a couple of desperate outlaw mutual authorities had gone into the turbulence of the galactic frame over the last few decades, but none had ever been heard from again. Here might be the answer and the questions. So the book explains that something exists outside the galaxy, as we discussed, that causes people to, well, not return. That actually significantly increases the lethality of the galactic barrier compared to the prior description, and also makes clear that people have tried it, but no one has returned. The character whose thoughts were intruding on in that passage is known as Danny Fleet. She was a member of the X-Gal Society. The X-Gal Society had outposts on various worlds near the very edge of the galaxy and essentially set up listening posts to look for extragalactic signals. The discovery of what they thought to be a was in reality a Yuuzhan Vong world-ship was incredibly strange. They assumed that it either had anomalous properties, that it was actually a tightly packed set of gas, or that the mass had somehow passed through a strange gravitational field to allow it to bypass the barrier. In reality, what happened is the Yuuzhan Vong traveled through an area of space known as Vector Prime. Vector Prime was one of perhaps several areas in the galaxy where this barrier for some reason did not exist. If you imagine a giant moat between the galaxy and extragalactic space, Vector Prime is sort of like a bridge. How many of these bridges were there? Did the Yuuzhan Vong perhaps created with their gravity manipulation creature as Dovin Basils? It's kind of hard to say. There is also, I will say, the distinct possibility that the hyperspace anomaly is simply imagined. And I know that was once a popular theory online, but I think some of the new, more modern sources, including Essential Atlas, have made it pretty clear that this was a real phenomenon. One thing I will note too that's, I think, not without a good explanation is the fact that some sources describe the barrier as only surrounding the western side of the galaxy. Some almost make a differentiation between some mythical barrier that surrounds the galaxy and also the hyperspace ramble that permeates all the way to the deep core and is primarily west of the deep core. I don't know for sure, but this is kind of how I imagine it. I've put an illustration on the screen here, which also indicates how travel to the satellite galaxies will be possible. The outbound flight was actually meant to break through this barrier and get to extragalactic space. This was a very interesting project. It was organized by Jedi Master Joel Sabaoth. If you've read the Thrawn trilogy, probably recognize his name. And basically the idea was that with several Jedi masters and students, they would use the Force to simply break through and continue on their journey. The outbound flight was destroyed in the unknown regions. I think a very interesting story could have been the outbound flight, or perhaps some other Jedi expedition making it outside the galaxy, being lost for hundreds or maybe even thousands of years, then coming back disturbed and warped by their time in the void, with several generations of Jedi, or rather dark Jedi, ready to there. In canon, there's a similar idea. Travel outside beyond the galaxy can cause insanity, madness, signals get distorted, navigation largely becomes impossible, and most people don't return. Same with legends. We don't know exactly how people died, whether they collide with something while traveling through hyperspace or simply get lost and can't find their way home. But the end result is pretty much the same. There's the legend of the Amaxine warriors in Star Wars canon. We hear about most notably in Bloodline and Into the Dark, who reportedly left the galaxy, but more likely were simply destroyed. Right here, taking the flight out for you guys to get it. A couple of times in different videos, but I had to return to. You think it would be if they say we were to live to do it's in the face of they were should to believe it. So next time, as we see. Stuff and as they just feel best of the best from the students. Or we're picked to try out for the authority. Try out only had 40 candidates sent to the planet. Get your Just don't cut it when you touch. So, yeah, it's
Did you know the animators gave lips only to the female characters, except for one notable exception, Donald. He's the lone male character with visibly defined lips, which has led some fans to jokingly speculate this tiny design choice might be a subtle hint that he is gay. Did you know in Invincible, the animators gave lips only to the female characters, except for one notable exception, Donald. He's the lone male character with visibly defined lips, which has led some fans to jokingly speculate this tiny design choice might be a subtle hint that he is gay. Making a song using ChatGPT. I went to ChatGPT and asked to give me 3 random words. It gave me day, swim, and awake. Time to make a beat. I called my friend to see if he could make me a beat that would match the vibe of those 3 words. He said yes, got right to work, and then sent the beat over to me. This beat is insane. Time to do the vocals. Yeah, just finished the vocals, but if you like this song, make sure to click on the sound and add it to your Spotify library. Here goes nothing. Sounds like me. Reach down. I down. Choose those and don't try.
comes to wing styling, but for the Argyle pattern from Santa Wales, I had to make the fluffiest braid ever. I mixed white gray hair and I couldn't find any that were a meter long. I brushed and straightened the ends that we come together with a trusty hot glue. Those silicone pads are leftovers from my whole paint project, and they are super helpful to press down the glue. I quick trim and the first layer was done. Well, almost. Then I had to brush out all the knots. After making a few wefts, I realized this would take forever. So I came up with a new plier. I was sure it would be faster, lighter, and more durable. So I wanted to make the braid upward padding and cover it with hair. I see this trick in so many big making videos. How hard could it be, right? Well, I totally failed. It thing like I imagined. Maybe I was too impatient. I don't know, but it just didn't work for me. So I went back to the original plan. I needed a lot of wefts. I spent countless of hours just making wefts. The hair I got was already crimped, but I crimped it again for more fluffiness. Look at all this fluffy hair. Next, I had to glue it to the helmet. Not gonna lie, this part gave me serious anxiety. I have no idea what I'm doing when it comes to hair, and I was so scared to mess it up. But making the fishtail braid was actually fun. The only problem, after wearing a headpiece at conventions, braid might get messy. I fix it with hairspray, but didn't glue anything, so I can always redo it if needed. And somehow it all came together. And honestly, I think it looks kind of good. Making the hair is definitely the hardest part of the helmet, but it's finally done, and I'm so happy.
Well, before we saw Rocket Land itself, it was all of this. That was a race just to get into space, to say we've been to space. Did you race on the way tonight, or it's just a it's true. My space, the best, most valuable areas of space, and SpaceX is the only reason this race is on, having solved the biggest problem from the first space race. For the first time in human history, something humans made had left the planet. If someone looked up at the right time, they could watch it streak across the sky. It was an eerie feeling for most people, unnerving. Something up there was widening to be able to look down at Earth, to see people, to hear what you were saying, and maybe even to drop bombs. All of that unnerved feeling, the world's first space race kicked off. Russia started out far in the lead, setting up Sputnik in 1957. The world's first animal Laika, 1 month later. 1959, Soviets landed the first man-made object on the surface of the moon. 1961, the Soviets put the first human into orbit around Earth, Yuri Gagarin. The first American, Alan Shepard, is launched into space 1 month later. But Shepard's ride was far from the achievement of Yuri's orbit of the entire planet. He'll be back out of space and into the Earth's atmosphere after just 15 minutes. In direct response to this, the Soviets orbiting a man around the planet and being quite obviously ahead in space capabilities, it was made official. Cheers are going to the finish line was announced. The Soviets and the Americans were raced to the moon. So they did. 1965, 4 years after orbiting Earth, the Soviets beat the U.S. to the first spacewalk. This was the last time the Soviets would lead the race. 1968, the Americans sent Apollo 8 into orbit around the moon, producing the famous Earthrise photograph that we all know so well, and the first humans to ever see the dark side of the moon. 1 year later, and 12 years after the race began, Apollo 11 touched down on the surface of the moon. And then, almost as suddenly as it all began, we stopped. The race was over. The U.S. had won, and space invaded to backward again. We stopped. Space. That's the question. See, for the next 40 years, space station,
It's changing life for us and plus absolutely underpinned by the fact that if you get the things you want to be in space out there, it's atmosphere, fighting gravity, and also $5 million for launches that had been made for years and days, and the rockets would be built just for that mission. And they came in the location plus the catastrophic failure. And building to or build anything big in space was close to 1 million kilograms in space. Actually, it's substantially big faster than this much of an space government. First rocket system came out of 1 kilogram. Late 50s, Saturn rockets, which is from that to less than 10,000. And the spaceship was a disaster. This was way back to $61,000. Just in 2002. A few exceptions like the Russian surveillance system, the building is exactly close to that program. 60,000 per kilogram is where the state. So it's not really great. Zero. Dramatically lowering the cost all the way down to $4,000 per kilogram. And then 7 years later, stunning the world by landing a rocket back on the launch pad, a moment that cemented SpaceX into public view and pushed the cost to get into space down even further, tagging $1,367 per kilogram. From that point forward, SpaceX became the preferred launch platform used to put objects into orbit for U.S. companies, nations, and Western allies. This year, 90% of all payloads going to space, measured by weight, will be carried on the SpaceX rocket. 90%. That is an enormous competitive advantage, and it's likely that number goes up, which we'll talk about in a minute. But let's come back to this for a second. This was the moment that made it realistically possible to look up in the sky and ask, what part of space do I want to occupy? Because despite its size, despite the vastness of space, the useful space around Earth, it's not as big as you might think. Just as a house on the beach is more valuable than a house 5 blocks from the beach, so is the case with the location of a satellite. The moon has just 2 areas known to have water. Early customers of these cheap rides know this, so they're asking a slightly different question. What part of space do I need to occupy? Nations, militaries, and companies around the world know from centuries of experience in conflict that if you aren't present, you don't make the rules. A very real new space race is beginning. Just look at the number of rocket launches each year since this chart bottomed back in 2005. This time, though, the race has different, much higher stakes than the one in the 1960s. To permanently occupy space. But where is this premium real estate? There are 3 strategic areas relevant today: low Earth orbit, geosynchronous orbit, and the moon. Low Earth orbit sits 300 to 1,000 miles above the Earth's surface. Things in this layer whip around the Earth about once every 90 minutes. High enough for one satellite to see much of the Earth's surface, but close enough to be able to capture high-resolution imagery and ensure sending a signal back and forth is only going to take a few milliseconds. This is where Starlink lives. And being the first comer, they were able to choose the best orbital height for space-based internet. 6,000 Starlink satellites sit in orbital height that makes it highly unlikely any other satellite constellation will sit under it, providing an interference-free line of sight for sending and receiving signals from Earth. And ensuring the time it takes to receive or send a signal from Earth is lower than any competitor. Real quick, these signals going to and from satellites, when you hit refresh on a web page and Starlink has to send a refresh version down to your laptop, that data, that signal has to travel on a specific radio frequency, often referred to as spectrum. Spectrum itself is not unlimited, and the amount of data that can be transmitted over any frequency is limited. For things like cell phone service, governments sell this spectrum at auction. Like in 2021, AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile paid collected $80 billion for the spectrum best suited for 5G cell service. In space, though, it's first come, first serve. Any orbital slot is just assigned spectrum to use along with the visible location. This process and registry is managed by the U.S. International Telecommunication Union and national agencies like the US FCC. The same limitations of spectrum and signal interference hold true for up here, geosynchronous orbit. If you put an object in this belt 22,000 miles above Earth, it will stay over the same place on Earth. Absolutely perfect for communication networks and continuously monitoring areas of interest on Earth. Suspected missile launch sites, hurricane formation off the west coast of Africa, Taiwan Strait, and these orbits already limited or completely full in high-demand areas over North America, Europe, and East Asia are only becoming more valuable as the technology to see the
the Earth's surface clearly from this height improves. What used to be very fuzzy images with a resolution of maybe 10 meters per pixel has been confirmed by the US Space Force to now be at 2.5 meters per pixel. When in August of 2024, China put a satellite into stationary orbit just east of Taiwan that can see objects to within 2.5 meters day, night, or even with a cloudy sky. Enough resolution to track any military naval vessel. About another 230,000 miles and we arrived at the moon, where we realized that now assembling structures and building permanent bases becoming cost effective. There are valuable deposits of metal on the moon. It's going to be money. There are valuable deposits of helium-3 on the moon, long sought after as the holy grail fuel for nuclear fusion. And there is water on the moon, has ice in 2 areas. A little bit of it at the North Pole, but the vast majority of it is at the South Pole in a small area about the size of Switzerland, hidden in craters that are permanently shielded from the sun. Water, of course, can be used to support life, or it can be used for rocket fuel. Most rockets are powered by liquid oxygen, guaranteeing that the choosing of lunar base sites is going to be competitive. The first to show up and those able to transport enough equipment and people to build bases will absolutely influence how the moon is covered. The latter part of that, though, able to transfer enough equipment and people, is the key to the moon. The saying possession is 9/10 of the law is a saying for a reason. This is Starship, the upcoming workhorse of SpaceX. It has now launched, landed 3 times, and was signed as the launch vehicle for the next NASA mission to the moon, Artemis, where it will put down a lander with a crew at the South Pole and its water deposits. This thing can carry a payload 50% larger than that of Falcon Heavy, 100 metric tons, or about 8 Caterpillar D6 bulldozers in its first version, with a stated goal in Taiwan of upgrading to 200 metric tons within just a few years. And critically, bigger objects can fit in its larger payload chamber. Plug your things that might not be heavy but can't be made smaller. Okay, so SpaceX has rockets that carry more cargo. They're reusable. There are many of them, particularly considering Starship is just now being put into service, meaning more are coming online. They have the only space-based internet constellation that can serve huge numbers of residential, commercial, and military customers, and 3 launch sites, more than any other provider, including the only commercial private spaceport in the world, Starbase in Texas. This is a company that's looking increasingly similar to the dominant companies that appeared during other major technology shifts. Standard Oil, during the shift from whale oil for lighting kerosene, Microsoft personal computers, and of course, search and lost in the imagery of rockets that land themselves into just how big of a military asset SpaceX capabilities are. Starlink has already proven itself as an invaluable asset to the Ukraine military. Russia's typical mode of operation during war is to completely infiltrate communications within war zones and spread propaganda. This is what they do. Starlink prevented that when they sent 1,000 receivers to Ukraine a couple months into the invasion, and is widely credited as a key factor to Ukraine's successful resistance. This early instance, the ability to meaningfully alter the outcome on a battlefield, is a perfect example of how militaries have thought about space for the better part of the last century. Who controls low Earth orbit controls near Earth space. Who controls near Earth space dominates Terra. Who dominates Terra determines the destiny of humankind. The news around tariffs is moving fast, which is the subject of the next video. So I've got to thank the sponsor of this video, Morning Brew, for keeping me up to date on how the tariff conversation is unfolding. These videos take a lot to put together, research, data analysis, so I can't always track the business news fluctuations for everything I'd like to without them. But just a few minutes of reading the newsletter each morning, I get the broad strokes of what happened in this world over the past 24 hours. 9 issues of the newsletter touched on areas directly about tariffs or related to tariffs. Cabinet appointments, supply chains, the US dollar, China. I also know, being affiliated with Morning Brew, that readers love it. 4.4 million people subscribe to it, and I've seen data that shows overwhelmingly people read the whole thing top to bottom. It's great and free, so there's no reason not to try it. Sign up today by clicking the link in the description or by going to morningbrewdaily.com/Maxinomics.
Kylo Ren's iconic crossguard lightsaber is one of the coolest and most unique things introduced in the sequel trilogy. But what I really like is that The Last Jedi gives it a cool bit of lore that I think a lot of people miss. In the film's controversial flashback sequences, we see Ben Solo's lightsaber, and if you look closely and compare it to Kylo Ren's, they're actually the same lightsaber, except, of course, in true emo fashion, Kylo Ren painted his lightsaber black, after he gave it the side vents, which shoot out the excess energy that's released because his kyber crystal is cracked. That's right, while bleeding his kyber crystal, Kylo Ren cracked it with his insecurity about his path and his role, leading to that wonderful sounding crackling blade.
Kylo Ren's iconic crossguard lightsaber is one of the coolest and most unique things introduced in the sequel trilogy. But what I really like is that The Last Jedi gives it a cool bit of lore that I think a lot of people miss. In the film's controversial flashback sequences, we see Ben Solo's lightsaber. If you look closely and compare it to Kylo Ren's, they're actually the same lightsaber, except, of course, in true emo fashion, Kylo Ren painted his lightsaber black after he gave it the side vents, which shoot out the excess energy that's released because his kyber crystal is cracked. That's right, while bleeding his kyber crystal, Kylo Ren cracked it. His insecurity about his path and his role, leading to that wonderful sounding crackling blade. Kylo Ren's iconic Tensions have erupted between India and Pakistan. The two nations, which have long held an uneasy ceasefire, often marred by skirmishes near disputed regions like Kashmir, have just exploded into direct military combat. India is raining down airstrikes. Pakistan is responding by shooting Indian warplanes out of the skies. It's the closest it's been in decades to a full-blown conflict between the two nations. That could go nuclear. World should feel between India and Pakistan if it reaches that conclusion. And the reason of this even nuclear between these two massive nations how did it get to this point? It stays until the end of April. The government into the independent region of Kashmir. That territory has been disputed between India and Pakistan. It's home to a land control and essentially divides Kashmir into India and Pakistan. That they control being capable of terrorist related come from Pakistan. Boundaries in Kashmir to let the receiving town of Pakistan. There they killed at least 26 people. Isolated tourists. Senior officials said the attacks were 4 people flying to groups of dozens of tourists. The attacks taking place with close range. Dozens were injured in addition to the 26 infant dead. Recently, tourists and terrorists targeted being Indian. Normal to that, using Indian administration, Kashmir is made an official. That this attack is much larger than many people see directed at civilians in recent years. They also serve as the slave and the example communicating. India waited for these 2 weeks of Pakistan to take action against whatever military government. Pakistan denied involvement in the attack for investigation. In India's eyes, this team was doing enough to eliminate many concentrations of terrorist abuse in single regions of its territory. As it waited, India also took action that escalated the conflict. The country's Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, made a bold proclamation. India will identify back India hoped that justice might have come at the hands of Pakistan itself. It didn't. In the weeks following the Kashmir attack, India revoked visas and expelled military advisors from its territory. It also put the Indus Water Treaty on hold, all in an attempt to pressure Pakistan into acting against the group that attacked Kashmir. Pakistan ultimately responded with reciprocal measures or declaring that the suspension of the Indus Water Treaty could be considered an act of war. That may have been hyperbole, but a much more serious potential act of war came when India took matters into its own hands. On May 6, India carried out a series of precision airstrikes inside Pakistan, Kashmir, and other Pakistani-controlled territories. Those strikes were specifically targeted at militant groups, India claimed, rather than Pakistan itself. They were focused, measured, and non-escalatory in nature, India claimed in a statement, while also adding that no Pakistani military facilities have been targeted. India was telling the truth when it came to military facilities. However, Pakistan claims otherwise when it comes to the impact India's strikes had on its civilian population. By the end of the assault, Pakistani officials reported that 26 civilians lay dead, with another 46 being injured. India's bombs were also reported to having struck at least one mosque, killing 13 people in the process, including a child. Pakistan had to respond. So far, that response has been limited to two distinct actions. Hours after India completed its strikes, Pakistan claims to have shot down 5 of its enemy's fighter jets. Among them were a Rafale jet of French origin, in addition to a Su-30 fighter and a MiG-29, both of which are built by Russia. Pakistan also claims to have shot down at least one drone and several Indian quadcopters. India hasn't confirmed the loss of these aircraft. However, it can't deny what's happening at Kashmir's line of control. Pakistan has reportedly started shelling along that loose border, resulting in the deaths of 10 people and injuries to 48 more, according to a police official in Indian-administered Kashmir. Sky News also says there are now reports of firefights breaking out between Indian and Pakistani troops at multiple points along the line of control, suggesting that an already tense situation is on the verge of bubbling over. India and Pakistan had been here before, several times. Most recently, a 2019 attack on an Indian military convoy by a suicide bomber with links to Jaish-e-Mohammed, a Pakistan-based terrorist group, killed 40 Indian paramilitary soldiers. Pakistan denied links to the group, which claimed responsibility for the attack, and India accused Pakistan of providing shelter to such terrorists. Again, it carried out airstrikes. While there was no escalation beyond that at the time, the resulting tensions have brewed ever since. What's been seen in late April and early May is those tensions spilling over. Only this time, the terrorist attacks on Indian territory targeted civilians rather than military personnel. That's unprecedented. It's also worrying for the rest of the world. Why? India and Pakistan are both nuclear-armed military powers. If the situation between the two keeps developing as it is, they may enter a war that nobody will survive. Just how big is the nuclear threat posed by each country? Most reports say that India and Pakistan present similar levels of nuclear threat to one another. According to ABC, they have nuclear arsenals. India has 172 nuclear warheads in its stockpiles. Pakistan lags, though not by much. It has 170 nukes. It appears the two have taken mutually assured destruction seriously by maintaining similar arsenals they could use to destroy the other if the situation calls for it. However, there is a slight disparity between India's and Pakistan's nuclear arsenals based on how each country can deliver its weapons. India has the clear experience advantage, having tested its first nuclear weapon back in 1974. Those tests made it the world's 6th nuclear-armed nation, with Pakistan following up to become the 7th around 2 decades later. In terms of nuclear delivery options, India owns Rafale, Mirage 2000 HI, and Jaguar ISIB aircraft, all of which combine to give it the ability to deploy 48 of its nuclear warheads from the air, according to the Arms Control Center. India also has ship-launched and submarine-launched ballistic missiles, namely the Dhanush and the K-15. The former has a range of around 217 miles, while the latter can travel for 466 miles. India is also developing a new submarine-launched missile, the K-4, which is believed to be capable of traveling up to 2,174 miles, more than enough to hit practically any target in Pakistan, from the Indian Ocean or the Persian Gulf. As for land delivery, India operates 4 types of ballistic missile systems that combine it to give the ability to fire 64 nuclear warheads at Pakistan from its own territory. The most impressive of these are the Agni-2 and Agni-3, which have ranges of 2,174 and 3,106 miles respectively. 4 variations of these Agni models are in development, including a road mobile version, which could give India even more options in terms of where it strikes Pakistan. Speaking of Pakistan, it began nuclear weapons testing in 1998. It's believed that most of its current stockpiles have yields in the 5 to 12 kiloton range. That puts it behind India, which has nuclear weapons reaching up to 40 kilotons of destructive power. Pakistan also falls slightly behind India when it comes to nuclear weapon delivery options. The country has F-16s, Mirage 3s and Mirage 5s, all of which are believed to be capable of firing both conventional and nuclear missiles. The Arms Control Center says this gives Pakistan the ability to launch 36 warheads from the air, fewer than India, but still plenty enough to cause some serious damage. The country is less capable when it comes to naval nuclear weapons. It's still testing its Barbord 3, which is a sea-launched version of the Barbord 2 missile. However, those tests haven't taken place for the submarine yet, meaning any naval launch can be anticipated by India before it happens. As for ground launches, Pakistan is believed to have at least 102 missiles capable of carrying nuclear warheads, which are split across 6 ballistic missile groups. Most offer relatively short ranges, though Pakistan is working on the Shaheen 3 and Shaheen 1A, which will offer ranges of 1,708 and 559 miles respectively. All of this amounts to India having a slight edge, even if the size of its military arsenal is similar to Pakistan's. It can launch from submarines and has much more powerful ballistic missiles. But all of this is mitigated by the fact that India and Pakistan share a border. Each can easily hit the other, even if Pakistan can't quite reach the portions of India that are furthest away from that border. So the result will be simple with the two engaged in a nuclear war: mutual destruction. The question now is how extensive that destruction would be. There's actually a surprisingly detailed answer. News began emerging of the latest boiling over of tensions between India and Pakistan. A study into the two countries' nuclear capabilities emerged. This study, which was created in 2019, took an in-depth look at precisely what would happen on both the local and global scales if India and Pakistan engaged in nuclear war. The results make for difficult reading. The study, which eerily marks 2025 as the possible year for such a nuclear conflict to occur, suggests that an eventual nuclear war between India and Pakistan will start with the two countries mobilizing and deploying troops across the line of control in Kashmir. They're not quite there yet. However, shelling and fights are occurring across that border, so it's not too big a stretch to assume more deployments will come soon. In response to this heightened military action, Pakistani officials might panic, the study claims. They'd have a good reason to do so. Pakistan, though a powerful military nation in its own right, doesn't compare to the might of India in conventional warfare. India has over 800,000 more soldiers in its active military, along with twice the number of reserves available to Pakistan. It spends around $75 billion per year on defense, when Pakistan only manages about a tenth of that amount. Plus, India has Pakistan beaten in the air and sea, with hundreds more assets in both departments, plus more tanks and armored vehicles. A conventional war between the two would still be long and drawn out. But Pakistan has terrible odds of winning. So, rather than wait for a conventional war to start, the 2019 study suggests that Pakistan might attempt to repel its Indian enemy by dropping 10 tactical nuclear weapons, each with yields of 5 kilotons. Each offers around half the power of the atomic bomb the US dropped on Hiroshima. However, rather than dropping those bombs on Indian territory, Pakistan would detonate them in the air close to its own border. The initial volley of nukes would thus seem as airburst, using its Indian tanks and vehicles. Pakistan might follow this initial attack with another. Times 15 nukes are deeply to respond. This government focus on Pakistani military targets and weapons, area range is ballistic missiles, with greater range of delivery options and be able to staggering 28 from heavy to star. Designating this presence of their birth and devastating Pakistan's major mag. Their presence. It's nice results. Setting huge amounts of Sweden and tsunamis. Reasons that response we have provocation to the rest of the world. Now, as the 1970s speculates that it was military in the story. Start from first, now. Next day, seeing Pakistan retaliate, as though there was a way to the garrisons and depots. India gets back, thanks against the bases, which brings the area. This point for each of us too far to stop. We both expect the rest of the obstacles to actually spike to 50 other targets between them would be just a few days. That's it. By the end of the war, Pakistan and India combined their to fight to lose to 50 to around million. Precisely how many still debates to paint on the schools. I years society is the and in fact, taking decades to recover, they never managed to recover it all. So major cities in the fallout, millions of survivors are disrupted injuries due to the sheer devastation brought against infrastructure such as roads and hospitals. In short, the nuclear war between Pakistan and India would be a nightmare. And that's only on the domestic front. Globally, the nuclear war would have far-reaching consequences that directly or indirectly lead to the deaths of hundreds of millions of people, even if no other nation gets involved in the fight. How? Take the impact such a massive nuclear exchange would have on the environment as an example. Earlier it was mentioned that the 2019 study suggests that India's first volley of nuclear weapons would also be the first to send massive plumes of smoke into the skies. Don't underestimate the impact this secondary effect of a nuclear explosion could have. When you get around 100 to 250 nukes being exchanged between two countries, you end up with a climate catastrophe. Several sources highlight just how far-reaching that catastrophe could be. The study that explained what would happen if India and Pakistan went to nuclear war posits said war would result in 16.1 teragrams of black carbon being injected into the Earth's upper atmosphere. For context, a teragram is equivalent to 1 million kilograms, or about 2.2 million pounds. Multiply that by 16.1, and you get a staggering 35.42 million pounds of carbon being unleashed to the Earth's atmosphere in the space of a single week. And this assumes India and Pakistan only uses nukes with 15 kiloton yields. The teragram numbers almost double if either country has access to 50 kiloton weapons. All of this smoke would be rapidly heated by sunlight and would spend years floating around in the stratosphere. Global average temperatures, along with rainfall levels, would fall off a cliff, creating a climate crisis that impacts the entire world. Other resources suggest something similar. For instance, back in 2009, The Guardian suggested that even the smallest of nuclear conflicts could release around 700 million tons of carbon dioxide into the Earth's atmosphere. That's more than the UK produces per year, all going up into the atmosphere in less than a week in the case of a nuclear war between India and Pakistan. Though the suit that initially enters the atmosphere would mitigate the effects of this carbon dioxide, leading to the global cooling mentioned earlier, that suit would eventually give way to the point where global temperatures rise. Where would that leave the rest of the world? For several years after the war, everybody else will have to deal with a nuclear winter that has a devastating effect on agriculture. And once the soot clears and the planet starts heating up again, the increase in temperatures would be so severe that it would bring a rapid increase in ocean and sea level rises, devastating coastal communities. There are no winners either way. Let's hone in on the agriculture issue. The 2019 study says that the resulting nuclear winter has the potential to halt agricultural production the world over. The simple fact is that most crops either won't grow as they normally do, or won't grow at all. Temperature, sunlight, and rainfall reductions will combine to devastate farming, and by extension, result in untold amounts of food not being produced. That's where the impact on the rest of the world comes into play. The initial death toll, which could be as high as 150 million, would extend into the billions due to widespread famines. India would be hit hard, with its survivors no longer able to rely on the stable sources of food. China and the US also stand to lose hundreds of millions of people from their population. The reality is that no country will be able to escape the after effects of the nuclear war. All will lose out. This is assuming that only India and Pakistan duke it out on the nuclear front. There's a possibility, no matter how slim, that other nuclear powers could enter the fray. As ABC notes, India is loosely aligned with Russia, from which it receives defensive weaponry, and the United States. The latter has pledged support to India in the past and may feel obligated to bring its own nuclear weapons to the war. As for Pakistan, its closest strategic partner is China, which is yet another nuclear-armed nation. The odds suggest that none of those three would want to get involved in a nuclear war between India and Pakistan, not least because one of them doing so would draw the eye of at least one of the other two. But there's still the possibility. If China, Russia, or the US got involved, an already cataclysmic nuclear event would become truly world-ending. Of course, this is the worst-case scenario. The good news is that it's very unlikely, albeit not impossible, that that's what's happening between India and Pakistan will devolve into nuclear war. For one thing, India has an official no first use policy. That means it won't launch nuclear weapons unless another nation attacks it with nukes first. That policy has seen changes over the years, though. For instance, 2003 saw India reaffirm the policy, though it also added that a biological or chemical weapons attack could also trigger a nuclear response. In the decades since, several political parties have promised to revisit the no first use policy, especially when tensions with Pakistan were on the rise, though India hasn't officially changed its position yet. Pakistan, on the other hand, doesn't restrict itself to such a policy. For as long as Pakistan has owned nuclear weapons, it has refused to adopt a no first use approach. That's not to say that the country is itching to press the nuclear button. It knows that doing so would spell its doom. However, in a situation where it enters a hopeless conventional war against India, Pakistan may switch from using its nukes for deterrence to deciding to take India out with it. Its nuclear doctrine allows it to do just that. And if it does, the resulting chaos will spark a situation that the world should rightfully fear. But what do you think about the tensions that are rising between India and Pakistan right now? Would either nation ever resort to using its nuclear weapon stockpiles? Just how devastating would a nuclear war between the two be for the rest of the world? Share your opinions in the comment section, and remember to subscribe to the Military Show for more up-to-date news and information covering the latest developments in South Asia, Ukraine, and around the world. If you queued up a generic video entitled Epic Russian Army Fails before February 2022, you might have expected to find humorous compilations of drunk Russian soldiers playing harmless pranks on one another, mishandling live grenades, or marching comically out of lockstep. To tell the truth, it might not have been all that different from your standard Epic US Army Fails compilation. But times have changed. And since Russia's 2022 full-scale invasion of Ukraine, its military has chalked up an impressive list of tactical, operational, and strategic failures, which have attrited their once feared invasion force beyond comprehension. Cataloguing a comprehensive list of these failures is impossible. The YouTube compilation video would rival the length of any Greek tragedy or comedy, depending on your perspective. Still, we have tried to come up with a list of major shortcomings which have had the most significant bearing on the conflict's outcome. Here are 6 major military failures committed by Russia in the war against Ukraine since the 2022 invasion. Number 1, the failure to capitalize on the capture of Hostomel Airport. From the start of its unlawful invasion, Russia's hopes rested on the premise that its armed forces could rapidly encircle Kyiv, decapitate its political leadership, install a pro-Russian regime, place itself in a strong position for negotiations. The quicker this happened, the less time Russia would afford the West to unite and intervene. And with hindsight, we know this mattered a lot. Ultimately, speed, precision, and grit were the difference between the conflict becoming Russia's version of the Gulf War or Passchendaele with drones. It's no secret that Putin's plan went spectacularly awry. The cornerstone of the invasion was the airport, a key military airfield and logistical hub, with one of the longest runways in Eastern Europe, just 10 kilometers northwest of Kyiv. The battle for Hostomel lasted less than 36 hours, was the first major battle of the Russo-Ukrainian War, and a decisive event in the war. It was a perfect example of how a tactical setback can snowball into operational stagnation. The plan was simple, conceived as a traditional airfield envelopment and seizure, followed by the insertion of elite airborne battalions in transport planes. Once on the ground, Russia's airborne troops would secure the city, overthrowing, assassinating, or forcing Zelensky's cabinet into exile. Putin truly believed Zelensky's government would capitulate in 3 to 4 days, the first of his many strategic blunders. In this, he severely underestimated Ukrainian resolve. There was plenty of risk in the Hostomel plan. It wasn't a traditional combined arms operation targeting Ukraine's armed forces in the field. It was a political coup de main, a surgical attack which sought to avoid a large, publicly shocking set-piece battle. Ancillary thrusts elsewhere across the country were designed in part to paralyze Ukraine's armed forces and spread them thin, maximizing Russia's chances. Russia had already tried a number of these high-risk, high-reward strategies in the past, with mixed results. It happened in Czechoslovakia in 1968, in Afghanistan in 1979, in Kosovo in 1999, and in Crimea in 2014. According to a group of Western Soviet experts, If anything, the attempt on Hostomel was stereotypical of prior regime change operations, equally reminiscent of their failed attempt to secure Grozny in 1994, when a multi-pronged assault into the heart of the city went badly during the First Chechen War. Russia likes shock and awe, and to achieve regime change, it follows a somewhat predictable blueprint: seize the capital's biggest airport, funnel in elite airborne forces, decapitate the political leadership, and prime the broader operational effort. The crazy thing is that Russia had all sorts of infiltrators in place across Kyiv prior to the attack. For months, saboteurs and spies tasked with enabling Russian advance into the city went about funneling intelligence back to Moscow, blocking landing zones, securing infrastructure, and their efforts achieved incredibly. In the same way, many Russian soldiers were surprised that their initial exercise and transition to a complex scheme for a large-scale invasion involving tight timetables and numerous acts of attack. Many of Russia's saboteurs likewise fuzzy on the details of its plan. Fortunately, Ukrainian intelligence and police officers uncovered and arrested most of these infiltrators before the invasion, during and Utah. On the morning of February 24th, the assault commenced as a near convoy of around 34 MIA transport helicopters and dozens of KA-52 Alligator and Warbler Mi-24 attack helicopters advanced along the infiltration corridor into Kyiv's airspace. The 200 to 300 VDV paratroopers secured the air, expected minimal resistance. They made certain that the southern tip of the airfield, attack helicopters rained stationary defense system involved. Ukrainian Major at the time, Denko, commander of a small garrison of National Guard forces defending the site, was apparently unaware of the approaching helicopters until he heard the jumping of the helicopters' rotor blades. His troops were ill suited for the task, to say the least. Ukraine's Fourth Rapid Reaction Brigade was a newly organized combined arms entity created along NATO standards, with infantry, tanks, artillery, and surveillance drones working in tandem. For Denko was that his superiors had expected the weight of the attack to come in the Donbass, and deployed most of the force brigade heavy weapons out east. The 200 men left to defend the airfield were re-echelon forces, most of their new conscripts wielding swords, a few longer Igla manpads, and a towed Aega. According to one expert, they were more akin to finance officers than infantry officers. Still, they did their best, with 20 of them defending the radar at the northern extreme of the airfield with the Aega, while the rest called in reinforcements and dug in to defend the airfield from the VDV in the south. Moving large vehicles onto the tarmac to prevent fixed-wing aircraft from landing, the defenders quickly shot down a Russian Ka-52 helicopter with an Igla, which boosted their morale. They would repeat this feat 3 more times in the next 2 hours as ammunition ran low. In the end, they simply couldn't hold the airfield, conducting a controlled evacuation to the outskirts of Hostomel, massing reinforcements. Russians had prepared 1,000 reinforcements of their own. They hoped to insert earlier in the day, but the helicopter losses, Ukrainian artillery fire hitting the airfield, and the inability of the Russian air to control the surrounding vicinity forced them to. This was why the measures did not get to in the next fight. To this day, nobody is certain why Russia's reinforcement plans. Russian troops then arrested a set of advancing mechanized columns coming in from the north. They had only 79 miles to reach Kyiv as they drove through the narrow Russian they encountered resistance of overrun, leaving Russian VDV isolated at Hostomel. Ukraine's military leadership recognized the importance of the counterattack to retake the airfield. The force of all the veterans and civilian volunteers and brand new conscripts investigated the terror which commenced at sunset, February 24th. They were brave to discover that Russian air soldiers failed to occupy good defensive positions. Russia's volunteer leads at least tactically inept. Ukrainian soldiers described the engaging with enemy protecting Russian forces on the airfield as being like playing a video game, just shooting it or keeping down from positions outside the airfield. By evening 10, Ukrainians had said that Russians air needed to retreat and be recaptured day to day. Never served as the air bridge Russia needed, leading delays to the advancing Russian levels from Belarus. The atoms of supplies and gave Ukraine breathing space to mount a breakthrough of Kyiv. Russia's empires and attack to develop seemed to have no alternative fire. They had plenty of weaknesses to execute the city's western side during the First World War. Russia was bent on a direct assault Center. To an active inside the city, especially in its county suburbs, and every advantage of negative escaped out to subsequently that they lost ownership in those local issues, strain, education, open up the ownership, established vast leaders. Western confidence inherent to begin this notion of any inherent notion that there is superiority. This is a geopolitical reputation. To the end, we should say. Right, first, it was clear, dissolving any Russian comes winning. And two, Snake Island, losing information. Supply. So the invasion by the siege out to like seeing a snake in a tiny garrison of 13 Ukrainian defenders gaining international renown. Russian bullshit were taken to lay down their weapons and surrender to avoid bloodshed and necessary victims. Suffer immediate results. Issued his veins returned to Russian missiles. Go F yourself. The Snake Island event as well to kill an action by the Ukrainian government after the nuclear and the courageous must find as it turned out, posting its garrison and actually taken into captivity as a prisoners and released 1 month later in a prisoner exchange back in March of 2022 by multiple sort of the declaration of valor with his peers that utilized as a hero. The Snake Island then there's another batch of flyers communicating the Soviet countries wide facility. Created just a few weeks later on the national postage stamp episode that interrupts the courage and culture in which the Ukrainian armed forces have built themselves in for many Westerners with ancestors who themselves fought for independence against despotic tyranny. Many instances where almost immediate demonstrating its intent to nation against their should shoot an attitude for control, caring about messages sent to ground against the main deficits of the inability to prevent the sinking of maybe instead of targeting Snake Island, mission things on some desert sides. Getting the next failure of the lessons, Russia's inability to prevent the sinking, which was ironically taking damage in an attack. Anti-ship missiles just a few Snake Island the following day, May 14th, 2022. Received intelligence data was whereabouts from American intelligence agencies. And a strike vessel fleet Soviet times intervened conflicts from Georgia to Syria to 360 entry anti-ship missiles to start a to force the ship's ambitions to explode. So, to be something should be there. The largest ocean to be something. Two, Russian flagship since the US recognizing its dependence on Western support against Russia within Ukraine's portion for the delivery line if isolated successes to demonstrate their confidence in utilizing the military assistance. Russia tried to cover up the incident at first, claiming that the fire had been accidental, and it had been contained by Russian sailors. Literally failed to surface on camera ever again. The Russian Ministry of Defense conceded in itself. This time, what being to make its it is most eye-opening is that Moscow had a triple T and air defense that could have chance of intercepting the missiles. 4 minutes of radar detection. In a variation of the recurring theme, it appeared that the ships failed to activate these systems, including the S-300F and IG-33 Mosa surface-to-air missiles, which have only devices, electronic jamming, or the last-inch AK-630 close-in weapon systems. One Turkish correspondent claimed the snafu implied a lack of crew training for such emergency scenarios, and that is what is so damning about the entire incident. Whether it was sheer incompetence, another Danish military only surmised greater fatigue. Fact remains that Russian sailors transformed the situation where an expensive vessel, which if anything most assuredly survived several entry missile strikes, with some simulations even hinting that it would take at least 7 to guarantee the vessel sinking, some using them. Osborne, according to retired U.S. Navy captain and former director of operations at U.S. Pacific Command's Joint Intelligence Center, was perhaps the largest warship ever disabled. Today, Russia lacks the economic or industrial capacity to easily replace such a vessel. Its loss was humiliating to Russian President Vladimir Putin, a psychological strain which demonstrated Ukraine's ability to sophisticated weapon effectively forced the Russian Navy to move much of its metal farther from the Ukrainian coastline and further underpinned Russia's narrative of competence, which has proliferated after the attack. Hilariously, in April 2022, Ukraine began referring to the sunken vessel as a world-class dive site with underwater cultural heritage, just 130 kilometers off the coast of Odessa. It can be admired without much diving in water just 45 to 50 meters deep. Online tour offices still promote the red as the most interesting spot for diving in the Black Sea, with the best time to visit listed as often the Ukrainian victory over Russia and before the failure to achieve air superiority. Through the depths of the Black Sea, we travel to the airspace over Ukraine, where, whichever way you cut in, you can probably be left wondering the same thing as everyone else. What on earth has happened to Putin's frontier air force? Try as they might, Russian combat aviators have failed to establish any kind of air superiority over the battlefield thus far. To them, rests with technological advances made in the 1970s, which made it possible to furnish modern infantry with very portable handheld anti-aircraft missiles too, and portable air defense systems that are simple and cost-effective short-fire rockets. To aircraft using infrared optic, they could be taught to use us in a matter of a few minutes. Knowing Russia's numerically superior air force, their central role in the opening phase of this invasion of Ukraine back in February of 22, Western nations have pushed thousands into Ukrainian hands to shore up their air defenses. These include American Stinger missiles, surplus Soviet Iglas, and British laser-guided high-velocity Starstreak systems. The gamble paid off. Cheap MADPADs made it much harder for Russia's air force to establish aerial supremacy, imposing steep, asymmetrical costs on Russian pilots, who could no longer safely approach priority targets in Ukrainian airspace. For the price of one 60 to 80,000 Igla, Ukrainian soldiers can down a $36 million Su-34 bomber or an $85 million Sukhoi Su-35S fighter. That's real bang for your buck. This has had real repercussions all over the battlefield. Modern combined arms warfare hinges on effective cooperation between all service branches, air, armor, artillery, and infantry. Because Russia has thus far been unable to provide active, continuous air cover for its ground units, tanks, logistics convoys, artillery, and infantry have been repeatedly caught out in the open and destroyed over the course of the war, a spectacle played out almost daily in combat footage littering social media for the entire world to see. This isn't to say Russian aircraft are not present over the battlefield, or that Ukraine enjoys its own air superiority. Far from it. Russian aircraft make overflights every single day, but most last only a few seconds, with fighter bombers flying in pairs or groups of 4, ingress to a target area at low altitude, maybe 50 meters or less, and then lob the rockets and bank left or right and return back to base. Rather than hover over the front, far slower helicopters tend to operate similarly as airborne artillery platforms, approaching the contact line, firing their salvos of unguided rockets, and departing as quickly as possible. This has made it even harder for Ukrainian infantry to shoot down Russian aircraft. Constant vigilance is required since little warning is given. Since timing is everything, concealed Ukrainians tend to target slower Su-20 fighter bombers and helicopters like the Mi-8, hefting an 18-kilogram Igla onto your shoulder while sprinting out into the open, trying to hold it steady to get a lock while the target zips overhead, then launching the missile knowing you're in mortal danger within a span of 15 seconds or less. Can you imagine how difficult that must be? The decentralization of air defense made possible by MADPADs like the Stinger has helped limit the effectiveness of Russian air power, but it hasn't blunted it altogether. According to former Staff Sergeant and Green Beret David Bramlett, a combat veteran who recently spent 11 months fighting the Russians in Ukraine, Russia could still turn things around if Western support wavers. Russian air superiority, he argued, would be the worst case scenario for Ukraine at this point. If Russia can gain air superiority, it's going to be an entirely different battlefield, and the Ukrainians are going to have a very, very hard time of putting up a conventional resistance. Lucky for Ukraine, Russia also has its own incompetence to thank in part for its lack of air superiority. Recently, accidents have taken their toll on Russian aircraft, with 6 crashes alone registered over the span of 2 months in late 22. The slew of accidents reflects the toll the war has had on Russian aviation writ large. Reflecting on aerial crashes, Michael Bonnet, an engineer and analyst at Rand Corporation, noted that what's interesting is that even aircraft not involved in the Russian invasion are crashing. In an interview with Business Insider, he said that while mechanical failures are expected in aircraft over time, a rapid increase in fleet-wide mechanical failures may indicate that something fundamental has changed. So what has changed? The war has placed immeasurable strain on Russian aviation. Colossal losses early in the conflict contributed to Russia's tendency to adopt more risk-averse tactics, playing a subordinate role to Russia's ground troops. According to Guy Plopsky, an Israeli defense analyst and Russian expert, in just 8 months, Russian combat aviators flew an average 150 sorties a day for a total of 34,000 combat sorties. But the number of sorties has greatly diminished. From an early high of 300 per day, Britain's Ministry of Defense estimates that now Russia probably conducts tens of missions per day. Very few of those sorties enter Ukrainian airspace. General wear and tear can be expected in any war, but the immense toll has seriously impacted Russia's pool of 7,500 relatively inexperienced pilots, who are said to receive roughly 100 hours of flight time per year, 1/3 less than their NATO counterparts. The lack of training limits their ability to conduct the type of massive air campaigns Western armies almost take for granted. The lack of qualified pilots is only one part of the problem. Russia also lacks skilled mechanics or the proper tools to make and fix the parts needed to keep Russia's modernized air fleet up to snuff. The fact that the pre-war stockpiles are dilapidated and rapidly diminishing only adds to the problem as the demand for specialized tools grows. Russia has tried to mobilize greater amounts of manpower to address the human part of the problem, which, as you can imagine, has its own issues. Just like training pilots, you have to train the repair crews to diagnose and maintain extremely complex computer avionics and technical systems. That is, if you can get them. Herein lies another problem with Russia's Air Force. While mobilization certainly affected the small and medium-sized companies that make aviation parts, the random crashes and accidents began happening prior to mobilization. The shortage of manufacturing tools was already going on, which means Western sanctions may have had a role to play. Russia has been left in an economic and industrial vice by the West, squeezed out of many of its traditional import-export markets, where it has received the critical components it needs to keep its planes airworthy. Ultimately, there's no out-and-out answer as to why Russia has failed to establish air superiority. It's likely that a combination of factors, wear and tear, stress on older airframes, a lack of pilots and trained air crews, Western sanctions, have each played a significant role. What we do know is that thanks in part to their own outstanding courage, adaptability, and resilience, coupled with the material support they've received from the West, Ukraine has managed to do a lot with a little in terms of its own air defense. Number 5, Russian armor failing in Ukraine. It's been said that the only thing getting more airtime than Russia's ailing air force these days are the airborne turrets of its exploding tanks. Boy, can those things fly. Russia has lost well over 2,300 tanks since it invaded Ukraine. Hundreds more have been abandoned or captured. As its armored force dwindles, it's had to pour older and older armor into the Ukrainian meat grinder. The country, once touting its next-generation T-14 Armata, is now sending T-62s and T-54s into battle. It's a bad look. There are many reasons for Russia's armored failures thus far. Western weapons have helped tip the scales, with humble but deadly anti-tank guided missiles like the Javelin, NLAW, and AT-4 becoming symbols of Ukraine's stubborn resistance. There's other reasons too. Russia's tactical ineptitude deserves blame. Trained conscripts rarely work in tandem with supporting armored units. Logistics and the lack of fuel, rations, and ammunition at forward supply dumps have wreaked havoc on Russian columns. Lastly, Western sanctions make it harder for Russia to source the specialized parts it needs to repair and maintain newer tanks. In November 2022, the Pentagon announced that Russia had lost half of its main battle tanks in combat. Huge losses were inflicted during the Kharkiv counteroffensive last autumn. Russian army was reportedly losing 10 tanks per day, while the Ukrainians were losing just 2. Jarring figures when you consider the Russians were defending rather than attacking. The Russians are still building tanks to replace their losses, but can they be introduced faster than current models are being destroyed? The simple answer is no, unless they can give the American arsenal of democracy during World War II a run for its money and build dozens of tanks, trucks, and other vehicles every single day, the average rate they were being destroyed at the end of last year. No country on earth has managed to replicate even a fraction of that type of industrial output in wartime ever since. So can we really assume Russia would be the first? No, I don't think so. Russia has thousands of old Soviet tanks in storage, including versions of the newer T-90s, T-80s, and their time-tested predecessors that make up the backbone of the Ukrainian armored force, the T-72 and the T-64. But most of the footage we've seen depicts Russian T-72.
Good morning. Yeah, wait for my Vyvanse to kick in.
To shower, but then I gotta return my text notes.
Oh, that's right. Sounds good. I'm gonna, yeah.
What?
I'm gonna miss you. Yeah.
I mean, I can still call. That's not work.
Can I play Minecraft? Can I play Minecraft? I'm good.
It's not like back up back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never want to.
I'm sure you will.
Yeah, yes, I know. Oops.
I'm starting to miss you. Yeah. Yeah, finally. Alright, just let me know when you get ready. Bye, I love you.
Being organized, the Russian armor repair plants and shipped to the front. These tanks are nothing short of obsolete in the modern era and have been since they started to be replaced back in 1970s. It's the question, why are they bothering these more related spares do how hard it is to maintain urethrics and storage, since they operate using more sophisticated electronic components than, as we all know, it seems that Russia is trying to pull bunches of T-72s, T-80s, and T-90s out of storage, only to realize how expensive and difficult it might be to make them combat ready. A fair portion of these were probably mothballed to begin with. Tanks left in storage without maintenance atrophy, rubber treads and wheels crack and chip, mice chew through exposed wires, armor rusts and corrodes. It's a real nightmare scenario for Russian mechanics. The humble T-62, like the T-54 before it, was mass-produced with one idea in mind. Make it simple, make it good, and make a crap ton of them. Simple designs mean fewer electronics, greater ease of repair, and interchangeability of parts, like that old reliable 1966 Chevy you have in your shed. No matter how many years go by, you can always throw it up on the blocks, tinker with the carburetors, and get it to start right up. That's the type of tank the T-62 was. The fact Russia had something in the region of 20,000 of these in storage at the end of the Cold War means there are plenty of stocks to draw from. The bigger question is whether or not it's even worth it. Would Americans be happy if the US Army started dusting off old Vietnam vintage M60 patterns from storage, slapping on a fresh coat of paint, comps, and a pair of thermal sights that said, "Go to and prosper"? Of course not. But when has the Kremlin cared what its soldiers think? Repair plants across Russia are now churning out oodles of Cold War antiques. Most of these, museums on tracks, culled from deep storage, have not seen combat in decades, if at all, and their maintenance records reflect that. Some are being fitted with new engines, thermal imaging, bulkier armor, new comms, better optics, and coat cages. It probably won't be enough to protect their crews from certain destruction. Number 6, failure to adequately prepare new recruits for combat. Speaking of Putin's indifference for his countrymen, our next failure revolves around the inability of the Russian government and military to adequately train and outfit their recruits for combat. In the war's first year, Ukraine reversed its dire position and engineered dual counteroffensives, which achieved success beyond most people's wildest imagination. In just over 8 months, Russia has lost somewhere in the region of 90,000 irrecoverably wounded, lost, or killed soldiers, a number that has by now far eclipsed the total casualties the Soviet Union sustained during 9 years of brutal combat in Afghanistan between 1979 and 1989. Notably, Putin lost more soldiers in a week than the United States lost in 20 years in Afghanistan. Putin reacted by announcing sweeping calls to mobilize new recruits for frontline service. This created chaos in a country which had, until then, been relatively insulated from the realities of the conflict. Many military-age draftees did everything in their power to avoid conscription, fleeing on planes and trains, and where that failed, on bicycles, scooters, and on foot. Satellite imagery and social media posts revealed miles-long traffic jams at Russia's borders with Georgia, Finland, Mongolia, and Kazakhstan, among others. Thousands of cars and piles of abandoned bicycles attested to the scale of dissatisfaction. In Russia itself, images of forcibly repressed protesters, some of whom were whisked into military service themselves, littered social media, as Russian officials around the country went door to door delivering draft notices. Draconian laws in place prevent anyone from criticizing Putin's special military operation. Enlistment officers scoured the country for draft-age males. Under Russian law, men eligible for conscription must be handed a draft notice in person. As you might expect, evasion strategies revealed the ingenuity of many Russian males, some moving to summer cabins or disappearing on indefinite camping excursions in the countryside. Others disabled their doorbell so they wouldn't hear enlistment officers. Some even injured themselves as a way to gain a medical exemption. Not everyone had the luxury of leading the lives they'd grown accustomed to, tied to their homes by elderly parents, mortgages, or financial limitations. The unlucky were ushered into an uncertain military future. Draftees ran the gamut from 17-year-olds with no combat experience to avowed criminals and middle-aged men with diabetes and brain conditions. There was little regard for health, expertise, or background, even though Putin's draft specifically called for reservists with military skills. Naturally, the cannon fodder label has been applied to these new recruits, a common refrain among the men themselves, if scores of anecdotal telegram videos are to be believed. Zinc coffins are already coming, one jaded Russian military blogger complained as the mobilization unfolded. You told us that there will be training, that they would not be sent to the front line in a week. Were you lying again? The line is that the mobilization revealed stark structural manpower deficits, which, according to Michael Kaufman, led to problems with recruitment, retention, and rotation. Units which couldn't be rotated were quickly exhausted in combat, which led to the hiring of short-term volunteers, which further exacerbated the retention issues. It was a deadly cycle, one which saw Russian conscripts used up faster than a one-ply roll of toilet paper. Russian conscripts were eventually refused the right to refuse deployment, punishable by fine or a prison sentence. Others expecting to serve for only a few months saw their service in Ukraine extended indefinitely. The bigger red flag was the way these recruits were being trained for combat.
In the past, Russian law stipulated that conscripts could not go into battle unless they had at least 4 months of training. Russia's own defense ministry website claims that an intensive 4-week combined arms training with a survival course is essential for anyone who signs a contract with the Russian army. The program takes a total of 240 hours and includes shooting, throwing grenades, and a study of military tactics. Today, these standards are not observed. Incredibly, for such a vast mobilization in such a high-stakes war, there seems to be no uniform training regimen in place at all. In fact, reports commonly surface of conscripts being sent to the front mere days after joining the army, raising red flags across the globe. A week of training is nothing for a soldier. It's a direct path to a hospital or a body bag, one independent military analyst told journalists. Another director of a Russian human rights organization said that he'd been regularly approached by parents whose children signed a military contract, ended up in Ukraine just a week later. Another conscript was quoted as saying, "After all the medical checkups, they asked me if I was ready to go to the military base the day after tomorrow. They trained us for 5 days, waited for another 5 days for a force rotation, and then we went to combat positions." Of the informal training exercises his group conducted while waiting to deploy, he would remark, "Of course, it was not enough. There are grave supply and housing issues. There aren't enough vehicles or munitions to cycle to the rear to train on. Pulling antiquated vehicles and equipment from storage has been one temporary solution, but much of it requires extensive maintenance." As such, reports revealed how conscripts sent to the front had barely held a machine gun or seen a real tank, let alone operate them. Asked about his shooting practice during his 11-day training period before deployment, one conscript said he trained once, with 3 magazines in total. Others practiced marching in street clothes. No machine guns, nothing. No clothes, no shoes. Half of them are hungover, old, at risk. The ambulance should be on duty, the man grimly continued. There was a soldier in our company who didn't know how a machine gun works, so I taught that guy how to disassemble and assemble a machine gun. I wouldn't want to be next to him in battle. How can you fight like that? There were not enough beds or heated houses to accommodate the conscripts when they arrived for training. Russian sources revealed men without sleeping bags or blankets sleeping on hard floors or in streets, many of whom were barely fed, others sick or starving. Consequently, disorderly conduct was common. Shockingly, within a short span, hundreds of thousands of new draftees deployed to Ukraine. Their presence confirmed the observation that the Russian military currently prioritizes getting personnel to the frontline positions in Ukraine quickly and appears to view the quality of their training as an afterthought. Yes, one could argue that history is in fact on Russia's side. They have thrown countless millions into the meat grinder of war dating back to Napoleon's invasion of Russia in 1812, a trend that continued strong through both world wars and survives well into the 21st century. All Russian battlefield success, it seems, comes only when unfeeling leaders are willing to pay an incredibly steep price, expending men and materiel as cannon fodder until the enemy exhausts himself. Putin should continue at his own peril. Conclusion: there are countless other tactical and systemic issues which, in the interest of time, we'll have to table for a future episode. These include Russia's abject failure to implement a vile deception plan, achieve any form of surprise when it massed in Belarus prior to the invasion, Putin's more recent failure to control his own mercenary subordinates, Russia's inability to protect its own airspace against a growing fleet of cheap Ukrainian drones, the failure to instill operational security, which led to the deaths of dozens of high-ranking generals and officers to artillery, drone, HIMARS attacks, Putin's decision to let the war drag on indefinitely, which has only given Ukraine time to iterate and innovate novel military killing techniques, which continue to rain down impressive destructive power on Russian forces. These only scratch the surface. In the meantime, let us know what we missed in the comments, and don't forget to subscribe for more military analysis from military experts.
In an unexpected, shocking turn of events, on Tuesday, August 6th, at least 2 Ukrainian army brigades assaulted over the border onto Russian soil for the first time in history. They started fighting in 11 separate Russian villages. Early reports from the Russian Ministry of Defense at least 1,000 soldiers, but since then, that estimate is likely many times that, more than 11 main battles and 20 armored combat vehicles, including American British Strikers. The Ukrainians pushed up the R-25 way
and they've advanced at least 20 kilometers. As far as 40 kilometers. As of Sunday, August 11th, Moscow Times tweeted 76,000 Russians have been evacuated from the border region of Kursk. Some of the Ukrainians, most of the American supporters, were initially skeptical of this decision to conduct this risky attack, claiming it's an escape to expand manpower and resources while losing ground elsewhere in the front line. However, supporters claim it's turning the tables back onto Russia. It's already the first invasion of Russian territory since 2002. In this video, I want to examine why Ukraine is taking this risk at a strategic level. How they heard it's a surprise attack on an tactical level. And what Russia's response might be. A quick disclaimer, I don't think you can focus on one aspect where Ukraine is doing well. Focus on aspects of where Russia is doing. I would seek disingenuous for me to focus on one. My goal is to give you an objective overview. Entire this video, so you have to look at the big picture. This means we also cover Russia's invaders in the Donbass, Keytown, game. Two things can be true at the same time, right? Ukraine can be losing ground in the Donbass, which is a rough situation for them there. This incursion into Russia can be bad news for Moscow. See, there's no reason to believe that. These two things are closely tied together. Part of the reason this is such a significant development is because, yes, in the past, we've seen these limited temporary raids into Russian territory several times in the past year, but these were always labeled as pro-Ukrainian Russian units that did these kind of cross-border incursions. The Ukrainian government has always denied being responsible for these actions in the past that were supposedly the actions of Russian soldiers who were fighting for Ukraine. These operations in the past were under a kind of plausible deniability because of this. Basically, there were ethnically Russian proxies or resistance groups. I'm talking about the Russian Volunteer Corps and the Freedom of Russia Legion. But this is the first time multiple Ukrainian flag brigades have crossed over the border. It's unlike anything we've seen so far. According to pro-Russian military bloggers, Two Majors is his name, the Ukrainian incursion has troops in 11 different settlements with names I won't even struggle to pronounce. They're attacking along 3 directions, splitting up as they drive deeper into Russian territory, mainly up the R20 highway, but also at 3 other points off of the main road. I want to direct your attention for a second to this town, Sudza, a small village of about 5,000 people. The best information I could find shows Ukraine is in control of at least 50% of the town as of the morning of Sunday, August 11th, and they've surrounded it since then. Small arms battles, artillery, and airstrikes raged all across the border region since August 6th on Tuesday. Sudza actually holds strategic value for Moscow. This is because it's where the monitoring meter is located for the flow of gas from Russia into Europe. 14 billion cubic meters of Russian gas transits through this line. Russia earned about $8 billion from their gas sent to Europe in 2023, as far as I can tell. This might be counterintuitive for you here, but Ukraine actually has some incentive to not shut down Russia's gas because it would negatively impact their allies in Europe if they did. For example, Slovakia, Hungary, they're heavily reliant on Russian gas still. 98% of Austria's gas still comes from Russia. In general, Europe has greatly reduced their reliance on Russian gas, but there are still some allies that require it. The Sudza facility is the only point of entry for Russian gas into the European Union, and it's located right on the border with Ukraine here. But the thing is, it's always been located close to Ukraine's border, and the pipeline actually runs straight through Ukrainian territory to reach Europe. So, as you can see with this map here, so if they wanted to cut Russian gas supply, they could have done that a long time ago already. They didn't need to capture this hub. I don't want to completely discount this possibility, though. There could certainly be some strategic aspect to controlling the gas metering that I don't fully understand. I translated what this Ukrainian soldier said in this video, where you can see them at the metering station in Sudza. He says the news is the city of Sudza is under the control of Ukrainian armed forces. The strategic objective of Gazprom is under our control, end quote. That's what he says there. And this does suggest to me that the Gazprom station is one of the targets. But we'll see later on that there's some other critical infrastructure pieces in this direction that could be just as valuable.
Now, I'm not allowed to show you images of POWs or captured Russian troops on YouTube, but if you go to my Instagram at Cappy Army, the link's in the description, I've posted some video proof there for you showing the Ukrainians have captured over 100 Russian troops in Kursk. That's what has been visually confirmed so far, although Ukrainian sources claim to have captured 300 Russian troops. But the visual evidence that I can show you is of this burned out Russian tank that wasn't able to get off their transportation truck flatbed in time before it was destroyed. This raises some serious questions about Russia's defensive fortifications and intelligence operations in this region. Reportedly, it was the border guards, poorly trained conscripts, and also FSB Russian agents guarding and advising here. It's like Russia's version of the CIA. At least 2 defensive lines were breached by Ukrainian troops who were backed up by artillery and FPV drones. For context, Russia's defensive line here has been built for the last 2.5 years. It has cost them over $178 million, and Ukrainian troops appear to just blow through it within a few days. This could be in part because Moscow's forces have recently been focused on the Donbass and Luhansk regions, and that focus has gained them territory there over the past few months, but possibly at the expense of protecting more quiet sectors like Kursk and Sumy, where relatively little has happened. Over the past few years, there's been Russian Spetsnaz incursions that I've noticed, and there's some small reports here and there of Ukrainian cross-border special forces raids as well, but that's really about it. We now know the Ukrainian military combined the ground assault and a cyber attack on internet resources in Russia's Kursk region, shutting their communications down. A massive DDoS attack by Ukraine shut down their services, likely made communications and calling for reinforcements difficult for Russian units. Because as we know from other reports, that basically they stated that Russian troops on the ground are making a lot of use of their personal cell devices. So cutting off personal communications to cellular devices could have interrupted military chain of command. One of the most interesting things that stuck out to me, though, about the attack came from a pro-Kremlin military blogger who claimed that he saw Ukrainian units bringing in bulldozers and engineering equipment and building fortifications. This suggests to us that Ukraine isn't attempting just to create a diversion. They're trying to build fortifications and consolidate their gains here. This suggests it's not just simply some diversion attack, as many have suggested. Whether this works or not, only time will tell. Early reports suggest that they're able to drive deep into Russian territory by going around the more heavily guarded checkpoints instead of stopping to fight them. Ukrainian soldiers released this video showing some of the tactics they used to gain ground here. First, main battle tanks are plowing through, clearing a path. They've got anti-drone cages on them. They're going through a field, so they're staying off of the main roads in order to keep that element of surprise. Up next, we've got engineering vehicles coming in. We're going to talk more about this in detail. That gives us some indication of what they're going to be doing there. Here we see upcoming is infantry fighting vehicles bringing the ground soldiers once the path has been cleared. And finally, mortarmen are dropping that mobile direct fire support. Russian Telegram channels have given more hints as to Ukraine's objective here. They said, quote, "Our aircraft and UAVs worked all night. Enemy concentrations were destroyed. The enemy is deploying logistics in controlled territories, bringing in fuel and lubricants and ammunition." If it's accurate, if that's really true, they're attempting to create supply lines. That would suggest to me that Ukraine's intentions are to stay. Whether that will work out or not will play out over the next few days and weeks. But to give you some quick context, this fighting is happening about 500 kilometers, 320 miles away from Moscow. It's the location of one of history's largest tank battles. And some meme lords on Twitter have already been quick to point that out. Retired Army Major General, senior fellow for the military studies at Lilly Institute, he put it this way, saying, quote, "The Ukrainians have attacked with a highly mobile mechanized force. This is different to the Russian dismounted attacks in Kharkiv in recent months. A high level of mobility is essential to creating or exploiting gaps in enemy defenses and rapidly exploiting such gaps. Speed and shock action are vital." This is the theme of this attack that I think you should walk away from. If you know anything about this attack, it was surprise and speed that Ukraine used and leveraged. The Russian intelligence and border guards were caught completely by surprise. So I'll get to how they achieved that element of surprise or how they might have achieved it in a minute. The live map shows us a Ukrainian soldier at their grocery store here in Sunza, and he's carrying a Western AR-style weapon, a dot optic for close quarters combat, and he's got night vision mounts on there, which has been a major advantage of them in this direction. We'll see a lot of this unit is using Western small arms and vehicles, indicating that these are some of the more elite Ukrainian units leading the attack. If this mission seems like a risky suicide one-way mission to you, it could explain why did some of the initial reports say that the offensive used some convict units. More than 3,000 prisoners were released in Ukraine and put into military service starting in early July, similar to tactics used in Russia. These units are often used as assault squads, storm units, and we've seen that they've been treated a little bit more expendable. We now have an idea of where they're fighting in Ukraine, or in Russia, so to speak. Are we calling this a counteroffensive or a counter-invasion? What's the nomenclature we're going with? So how many soldiers did it take to pull this attack off? The answer will have major repercussions for the battle. Exact troop strength estimates are difficult to pin down, and Ukraine has been very mum since the attack started. But David D., a former intelligence guy on X, said it was now 8 brigades in the battle. Other sources claim 3. But this is a wide range. It could be as many as 2,000 soldiers, 1,000, but the wildest estimates I've seen are 25,000 soldiers. It took Russia 50,000 troops to gain similar amounts of territory in Kharkiv, so it's not possible, although they only dedicated 15,000 to the attack. The estimates include Ukrainian special forces in Georgia and Legion that were involved in the cross-border attack. Much of this information is based off of Russian military bloggers. It's the details of the different brigades involved. The likelihood of the Persians being repelled back is tough to judge because unlike American brigades, which are almost about 4,000 strong, it can vary from almost 1,000 to 5,000. We do know that these forces have been held back in reserve, leading this attack for some period of time. They could have been reinforcing the front lines. So just then, unfortunately, also to this attack. We'll have to wait to see what's about. The pro-Russian source Rybar at this quote that helps explain what happened. Despite the attempt of the Russian joint troops to stop the advance of Ukrainian bombers, the scale of the crisis is expanding. Since their works would facilitate tactics of the Ukrainian formations with an emphasis on high speed dashes, bypassing fortified areas, and maximum expansion of the breakthrough zone. Without securing at the first stage, in its simplicity surpasses the capability of the Russian army to counterattack. Bigly, Ukraine has reached the town of Shilbatsky. To give you an idea of why Ukraine may want to defend troops, Russia's troops, leave the Kyiv. Right now, but Russia is close to being within artillery range of Kyiv if they're able to advance or attempt to all present capture the sea. And they may move into the artillery range of Ukraine's second city is really devastating for them. It could help explain why they're taking spreads. The Kursk region in Russia is 30,000 square kilometers. For context, it has a population of 1 million. Entire over 100,000 soldiers to capture is Ukraine. What's their objective? There are 3 possible that have infiltrated outside the gas that we get into against from this Russian to divert troops. All the parts of the front line to these ground, 3 to trade by future negotiations. History is a lot of examples of the strategy being used. At the end of the Korean War in 1953, during the armistice negotiations, both sides considered control of specific territories as bargaining chips. Israel in 1967, 68 names for certain territories as these negotiations. Control of the land is often used not this fire and great action onto the territories. Present to see that happens. The attack is so crazy that unexpected. It's a diplomatic response around the countries. Spokesperson Mayor Stato, he said, Ukraine has the legal right to defend itself. Strike, aggressor, establishment. The United States response has been different. Saying challenge to the Ukrainian military so exactly what their objectives are here. And some of them declined to comment on the attack. Russian that we're not going to have a future whatever. So this attack, after a policy something stopped since 2023
by America. It brings together information suggests that President Bush said the attack was a publication. And let's check in and see what John Mearsheimer has to say about it. He was filled with names that persons national security. So either way, the second statement. Reason I believe great master to Russia is partly because Russia which themselves is eager plus their bomb attack on predators that destroy achievement of things in this genius orbit for kilometers. And Russian builders and firefighters every year on steps two majors instead of Russian builder. 7 frigate tanks were done with against the big so similar to how Russian forces invaded Turkey for the second time and defensive lines weren't getting direct. Sometimes the defensive lines are not technically back ships over better geography for defense just naturally. In this case, the main Russian defensive lines appear to set up to attack here is the railroad map from the Gulf to the Delta Road. And the line is valuable to Russians troops to express those this is why sending reinforcements is so difficult for Russian to have rail lines. It's not done. A Russian railway company had found stations at Susa, Koreano, so contemporary to passengers. If these maps are accurate, Ukraine's with 7 and 8-second mechanism games, and trying to be first and then possibly second line of defense, capturing at least 130 square miles. Ukraine to be able to control this railway like this territory. The freight and passenger line were dealt with Russia line the line runs from Moscow all the way down. So Ukraine maybe shot the Russian expanded civil resources in attempt to protect this asset in Russia. Another key piece of infrastructure that means and strategic is the person or how it feeds powers all person and 19 other ratings. Capturing it, however, possible to ask them to be either Russia. Another one saying, don't worry about that happening. This is what Russian Ministry of Defense and the Russian National Guard themselves said to security in their person. Their power. Russia's captured several rising Ukraine, suspending control of electrical power that Ukraine badly needs right now. An aspect well dire to later, the energy aspect was but that power plays 5 years away, about an hour drive, and the extent of the events is impossible. Experts agree that it's more outside the realm of possibility to get power plant. The fact that they're all on to themselves I'm saying this is the seven specific analysis and what they create so there's a very saying says the police can't go this would say Russia now great military history has lots of examples of so that have as much of people strategic influence still not needed. We can talk about Russia's response to but at the next chaotic. Russia's initial attempts to reinforce this direction were bringing special forces small and position and long range strikes. So far, Russia sent up these spreads and special forces to respond. This right all that shows the as they travel to very so at a time during flanks range of night strikes that's how it goes. Maintain an entire company. This operation was possible. As Ukraine didn't have Russian tankers, so American aid range weapons in Russian territory recently. fight that done this is by hacking to traffic cameras that are common in small Russian islands. This essentially gave Ukrainian intelligence eyes on all levels. Cyber warfare based on directing and brain intelligence and personal goals. Operational security mistakes made like this Russian order was definitely not used to see inside Russia like this. Even helped most video communication among its troops. Russian because that rest Russia communication because you can see this is already there's currently a debate raging back and forth about whether Ukrainian troops but how like past versions. This is more of a serious development for Russia. While it's 9/10, the ISW that Russian forces had the other attack to the end of the time to stabilize the lines here. It appears like the extent of the right to Russia. They have been reached, although it was too early to tell you. Their landmines on the bigger concert because Russia just seems like magic units. It's pretty only times in history that a power has ever to maintain play or has ever been invaded. Ignored you. 1999, so thanks there. Their powers changed the territory. It's maybe kind of a so it's just like again, this was considered a red line, a red not crossed because of Russia's nuclear weapons. It raises questions about the Russian collective security trade organization or says that the event of an attack Russia if they involve one of the reasons for this rating is that it shows Russia's defense over anti red lines. Not forced. Not saying I agree. It's not. It's just one of the possible reasons given for why Ukraine's with these groups. When the fighting first started, Russian mill bloggers were quick to dismiss it, saying, well, the enemy has zero prospects. This is not an offensive. This is a local operation that burn forces and resources. If I've learned anything covering this war for the past 2 years, and how many times Gabe or any other defense analyst tries to make predictions about what will happen next war and the airports. There are so many variables, so many inputs that go into this war, so many intangibles when it comes to combat at a scale that's difficult for most of the top intelligence agencies to say with much confidence what will happen next. I've been humbled by this unpredictable and often terrifying war in the United Kingdom British Defense Intelligence. They have this useful metric here that shows how their intelligence agency is it's going to be possibility bars and people talking about forecasting events. Serious defense analysts use this shared data. Basically, if you read an article, you watch a video, look for keywords such as likely, remote chance, or realistic probability, because talking in absolute terms or making certain predictions is often misleading in a fluid and unpredictable nature of military conflicts. Analysts prefer to frame their assessments in terms of probabilities and likelihoods, reflecting the inherent uncertainties and the complex variables that are at play here. I've learned that this approach allows for a much more accurate understanding of potential outcomes without overcommitting to a single narrative or prediction. I can say most experts assess that the chances of a Ukrainian cross-border offensive this year was a remote chance, which is why it's so shocking. The second thing defense analysts try to do is we try to provide insight into things that already happened by explaining how or why something occurred more. But I think the most important question that we want to look at for looking for insight here is how this entire ordeal happened. How did Ukraine hide over 1,000 soldiers and vehicles in the age of drones, surveillance, and satellite images that you and I could buy satellite images to that region right now if we wanted to, live updates? So the question's been poking, prodding me in the brain, nagging at me. How did they do this? The best estimate I could come up with is that possibly they were assembled and staged in the center of the country so as not to raise suspicion that they could quickly drive to the border within 3 hours. For example, the city of Poltava is roughly 3 hours away by drive. It might not have raised suspicion. It might have caught Russian surveillance off guard. Nothing happens on the modern battlefield without thermal cameras, drones, spies, alerting the other side. We know Russia used some diversion tactics to try to fool Ukraine about their northern grouping when they attacked Kharkiv, but even that wasn't very useful. I asked the open source spare parts army community on my X, Cappy Army, the link's in the description, but Jack Hinson 24 said, Google Maps shows us some relatively large covered parking garages and other structures in Sunni that could hide the sidewalk, but they have to be brought in at a very slow pace to not draw suspicion. It's a great observation. The only downside to that theory is that the longer you take to build up forces, the greater the chance of spies or leak of information getting out. Sean in Kyiv said, quote, reports from RU sources indicate that the buildup was known, but basically ignored because the Russian military leadership in that area are rear echelon clowns. So I've seen this multiple times, actually, that these are unconfirmed, of course, but the rumor is that they were aware of this, and Ukraine maybe made the staging area look like they were coming off of a deployment instead of preparing for a new one. This is Oleksandr Syrskyi. He's the commander of Ukrainian forces and very likely the mastermind of this attack. He was also the commander who previously was responsible for the 2022 counteroffensive. This attack has some of the same fingerprints of his style of attack by achieving the element of surprise. It's also important to note one of the reasons he was rumored to be put in charge was because Zelensky wanted to pursue a more aggressive offensive action instead of just defensive. August 7th, right after the attacks, Putin convened his high-up Security Council, and the video of this meeting has already become infamous online. Chief of the General Staff Gerasimov told Putin that the Ukrainians were stopped, 315 of them were killed, and 7 of their tanks destroyed. However, the reality on the ground as of Thursday, August 8th, was far from the case. Now, Ukrainian forces are currently taking some hits from Russian glide bomb strikes. There's a major Russian air base in Kursk. It's about 100 kilometers or 60 miles from the border. But this is where a lot of aircraft take off when they bomb Ukraine's energy grid. They take off from here. Which brings us to the recently received F-16 fighter jets that we've seen flying over the country in Ukraine. Igor Surko on X wrote that he believes the reason that these American-produced F-16s were outfitted with AIM-120 missiles were to shoot down the Russian Ka-52 Alligator attack helicopters that have caused Ukraine's offensive operations much headache in the past. Ukraine claims to have shot down 3 of these helicopters and 1 fighter jet in this direction so far. This indicates a lot of air defense assets were dedicated to this advance. Evidence of this comes from pro-Russian sources themselves, saying air defense has kept their bombers at a distance. This could explain why Ukraine was able to pull off a cross-border incursion defensive action like this, because they had air support. Apparently, drones can even act as air defense now. Geolocated footage recently showed a Russian helicopter taken out by a drone in Kursk, so it might not have been the F-16s at work. Over the past few months, Ukraine has been busy doing several things. First, I've observed them destroying Russian artillery pieces and hardware in increasing numbers. For the past few weeks, I've also observed Ukraine specifically striking S-300 and S-400 Russian air defense with HIMARS and ATACMS, essentially shaping operations for these kind of missions. Even if Ukrainian forces end up withdrawing from their positions soon, this will force Russia and Belarus to expend more resources in the future on defending their long front lines and draw them out more. The U.S. places certain restrictions on weapons provided to Ukraine that govern how they can use them and where they can use them. For example, recent changes to rules have increased Ukraine's ability to use HIMARS rockets inside of Russia, but only on certain kinds of targets, like Russian troops, not on oil facilities, for example. As soon as these restrictions were changed, Russia's advance into Kharkiv was stalled for the time being, after they took heavy losses. There's also a possibility that this could have been a morale move. After more than 8 months on the back foot on the defensive, Ukraine needed to retake some kind of initiative. They've been getting hammered by glide bombs, and their electrical grid has taken a beating, as we'll talk about in a minute. But the Viet Cong Tet Offensive, for example, in 1968, failed to achieve its strategic and tactical goals, but the mere fact that they were able to muster a massive offensive was a shock to the American public and American war planners who thought they were going to breeze through. And it's credited with being one of the reasons why American support for the war continued to slow down. Evidence for this comes from the Ukrainian government's first statements about the purpose of the attack. Head advisor, Ukraine Podolak, said, quote, "This increases the cost of war for Russia quantitatively. More armored vehicles have been destroyed. The Russian Federation has lost territories, and there's been more casualties. Will this affect how they perceive this war? What I'm saying is morale victories don't always, but sometimes can translate into physical, tangible changes on the ground. In the equation here, it shows Ukraine's backers that investing more weapons and vehicles into the war effort isn't a waste of money, and that they still have a will to fight.
But I don't just tell you that Ukraine has had some success here and that they're going to win the war tomorrow. That's not my thing here. I also tell you about the Russian battlefield successes. I want to give you the full picture. I aim to be objective. Prokrovsky is a Ukrainian town that's under threat of being captured by Russia. This is a direction that they've assaulted after capturing Avdiivka. Russian troops have advanced within 20 kilometers from this town. The reason for losing Prokrovsky would be such a strategic problem is because it lies on the T0504 highway that connects to Bakhmut and kind of runs a full circle through the country. This is Russia's main effort as their offensive actions and the situation along this sector of the front line has been bad for Ukraine for months. It's important for resupply and reinforcing soldiers. The deteriorating situation here for the Ukrainians is the main motivation given for the attack into Russian territory. Ukraine might be hoping that it pulls Russia's forces away from this direction. Provost-Gate is a town of pre-war population of about 60,000 people. If it were to fall to Russia, this could collapse the front line further to the east, including near Chasiv Yar. Resupplying them with ammo all along this front line here and material from Western supply routes leading to Kyiv would be difficult. There still would be one highway leading there, but it would cut off one of their main supply routes. I don't think it would be valuable for me to sugarcoat the situation in this area. It's dire for Ukraine. There are an estimated 20 regiments and brigades in this direction, roughly 40,000 Russian troops possibly. On the other hand, there are probably about 6 Ukrainian brigades here, possibly 12,000 troops defending this location. Here we see video evidence of an American-made M2 Bradley getting hit with an anti-tank guided ammunition here. The crew survived, no one was KIA, but it shows how costly the fighting has been in this direction. Ukraine is getting hammered by glide bombs here, which has allowed Russian infantry to advance. It only became more difficult to hold a city. It only becomes more difficult to hold on to a city once the opposing force gets within 20 kilometers because accurate artillery fire starts to rain down. So now Russian forces are within 17 kilometers. Ukraine will likely start to feel the pressure even more. One of the major risks of the Kursk operation is that it takes thousands of Ukrainians' best soldiers and at least dozens of their armored vehicles away from what could have been protecting this direction. Only time will tell if the risk was worth it, so to speak, and we'll need more time to see if there's other parts of Ukraine's plan that we're not yet seeing. Advances on the village of New York are also significant because after that, Russia could push north and cut off that supply line. And Ukraine's top general himself has pointed out what a bad situation they're in overall. He said when it comes to equipment, there's a ratio of 1 to 2 or 1 to 3 in Russia's favor. He said that since 2022, the number of Russian tanks has doubled from 1,700 to 3,500. Artillery systems have tripled. For personnel carriers have gone up to 8,900. He says that the enemy has a significant advantage in forces and resources. Russian troops have increased from 1,000 to 500,000 since the start of the war. So Ukraine readily admits that they're far outnumbered and they're not in a good situation right now. This advantage has led to recent gains, although these are minor tactical victories, not operational breakthroughs. Angelica Evans, a researcher at the Institute for the Study, said that across Ukraine, Russia has been advancing around 6 kilometers each day since 2024, which is more than double the average daily gains between August 2023 and February 2024. Over the past few months, Russian forces have inched forward across the front lines, taking ground here and there. Russian troops are closer in the case of Yama. Russian soldiers continue to advance east of Voldar as well, but they're trying to stop Russia from continuing its advances. Ukraine's military is in need of manpower. That's why they recently passed a bill aimed at mobilizing 500,000 civilians. It expands the population that will be drafted into military service to the major reforms, like lowering the age of the draft from 27 down to 25, and the requirements of all eligible men to register so that they can easily be called up to lead. The law went into effect 3 months ago, about in May. The Ukrainian military planned to stand up 10 to 15 new brigades. It's possible the combat power from this came from this new mobilization. Ukraine has a much smaller population than Russia, at 38 million versus 44 million. For context, the Soviet Union They had about 180 million population in 1940 before World War II, and they were willing to lose 26 million people in that war. This gives me some indication that Russia may be willing to lose many more soldiers. The counterpoint to that, of course, is that World War II was an existential battle for their survival, and that the demographics were much younger in the Soviet Union in the 1940s. Also, more people were farm laborers, so it's not a good analogy exactly. But the point is, Ukraine needs to prepare for the possibility that Russia might continue fighting and not bank entirely on them giving up. Ukraine first mobilized its population immediately after the invasion in February of 2022. Thousands signed up to defend the country. Many more were conscripted. However, most of those were called up to fight already and are still fighting today. The original draft included a 36-month time limit on conscripts, but this was done away with, and they continue to fight today. So Ukraine's challenge is that while those on the front are at their mental and physical limit, they're breaking. They're the best trained and most experienced soldiers in the military. Simply switching them out with fresh bodies would be completely replacing them with inexperienced soldiers, where the fighting is the worst, would be difficult. But experience only goes so far. Yuri Sokolov, commander of Ukraine's joint forces, said that last month of fighting, Russia outnumbered soldiers by 7 to 10 times, and that just the addition of 1,000 more fresh troops would have made a decisive strategic difference in the failed defense of Avdiivka in February of this year. One of the major hurdles Ukrainian lawmakers have had to when passing this law was addressing the inevitable labor shortage that would come from sending so many to war. Prior to the new law passing, Ukraine had already lost a quarter of its workforce due to conscription or migration out of the country. According to the European Business Association, this has led to 74% of the businesses in Ukraine to report not having enough workers. Ukraine relies on its national economy in order to keep its own war machine going, which already requires foreign support in order to effectively fight Russia. Since the invasion, the total worth of Ukraine's economy output has dropped by 25%. This shortage in labor causes a domino effect. More people in the military means fewer people in the workforce, which means fewer people paying taxes and supporting the economy. This is where a unique problem for Ukraine rears its head that many people aren't aware of. The average fighter age for Ukrainian military today is between 43 and 45 years old, an age where most soldiers in other nations are retiring with full pensions. This is because of Ukraine's lopsided age demographics, a problem that Russia shares as well. Ukraine's taking a gamble in lowering the draft age, as it risks losing the part of the population critical to help or stop, at least slow down its declining population numbers, which will have huge ramifications for decades, regardless of how the war ends. This is the context we need to view this decision to mobilize the civilian populace. Very high risk, but potentially high reward choice. One way the country is looking at lessening the blow of this draft is actually by using a play that, albeit a controversial play out of Russia's handbook, recruiting prisoners. According to Ukraine's Justice Ministry, which oversees the myriad of penal colonies in the country, 27,000 prisoners would qualify to serve out of a total incarcerated population of 42,000 people. To qualify, they must first be interviewed, pass a medical exam. The crimes that landed them in the penal colony in the first place to be reviewed. Certain crimes are an immediate block on enlistment, like assault or conviction of relating to national security, but some are overlooked, like murder, but only if you've murdered one person. 2 or more is the official cutoff. Now, while the law itself called for 500,000, the actual number of those that will be called to service is expected to be significantly lower, according to Ukraine's commander-in-chief. But there's another important aspect to the war that people don't know about right now, and that's deep behind the front lines, an energy infrastructure war is being fought. Moscow has increased missile strikes on Ukraine's power plants in ways we've never seen before. At the same time, Ukraine has retaliated with its own strategy of drone strikes on Russian oil refineries. Some attention is rightfully paid to the front lines of this war, but right now I want to examine to what extent has the attack on infrastructure impacted that battle. Attacks on infrastructure in war has been a strategy throughout history. Ancient Roman armies targeted granaries and bridges to weaken enemies. Starting in World War I, railways became strategic targets for artillery and sabotage to slow down transportation of weapons and ammo. On March 14, 2024, we observed a Russian railway bridge was being utilized to transport weapons and ammo that was strung with explosives. It was located in the Samara region, 1,000 kilometers away from the border. Even though they didn't directly take credit for this was likely the work of Ukrainian intelligence agents because they posted on Telegram saying, quote, the railways used for the next few weeks is impossible. Then, on May 14th, this Russian freight train here was derailed by a Ukrainian drone strike, marking the first time such an attack had successfully knocked the train off its tracks. A video of the incident was posted on Telegram. The drone strike started in January 2024. Ukraine hit the Russian Novatek oil refinery, resulted in fires lasting for hours, and their operations halted for weeks. Then Volgorod refinery was hit, the largest in southern Russia. Since then, over 18 different refineries have been damaged. It's important for us to understand something about oil production for context. The purpose of the refinery is to process crude oil into useful products like gasoline, diesel, jet fuel, heating oil, petrochemicals. The second type of target has been oil silos, which store oil and finished products. These targets are massive complexes. I'm talking sometimes they're more than 25 square miles. So warheads on tiny drones are going to have a difficult time completely taking them out. Ukraine's logic for attacking these assets is to undermine a core part of Moscow's revenue that's financing the war. In 2011, 50% of Russia's economic revenue was produced by oil and gas. Since then, they've managed to diversify. By 2020, it was 28%. But one of the best sources for information on the impact are the experts at the Paris-based International Energy Agency. They claim the drone strikes initially had taken about 900,000 barrels of Russian oil per day offline. Originally, the damage led to large drops in exports. Experts believe that the strikes on Russian refineries had disrupted up to 15% of Russia's capacity. However, since then, these estimates have been lowered. The IEA, their report says that, quote, Russian refineries escaped heavy production losses. We now estimate that the impact of the drone strikes will be limited to 150 to 200,000 barrels a day on average. According to the IEA report, Russian oil companies were able to repair the damage quicker than expected, and they were forecasting less of an impact. This assessment has been backed up by several other sources, including Reuters, who said the disruptions due to drone strikes by Ukraine on Russian oil be estimated to lower to 10% capacity. However, there are emerging factors that could change the balance of the equation. In late May 2024, Ukraine used domestically produced Neptune missiles to hit an oil refinery inside Krasnodar. At least 2 strikes have been reported so far. These missiles carry a larger payload of about 330 pounds of explosives, which is comparable to the 500 pounds that are in ATACMS missiles. It has a similar max range, likely around 300 kilometers or 190 miles. Aside from this type of munition is that they're less vulnerable to electronic warfare. Ukraine uses homemade Neptune missiles because there are limitations and regulations on how you could use United States-supplied long-range weapons inside Russian territory. ATACMS and HIMARS rockets, for example, are currently not authorized by the U.S. government for use on oil refineries inside Russia. Ukraine's current strike capabilities and range place about 60% of Russia's oil exports at risk, which is not to say that these strikes will shut down 60% of Russia's oil exports, but it means that's how much is in the firing. One way to attempt to judge the effect of these type of strikes through battle damage assessment in an open source method is to look at the outputs. The evidence suggests it had the effect of increasing domestic Russian gas prices at one point by 20% compared to the start of the year. It can be difficult to quantify the exact damage and their effectiveness, but it can change. There are some experts who believe the strikes against these Russian oil refineries have forced the Russian government to enact a 6-month ban on gasoline, leading to 5-month lows in Russian oil exports. There are less tangible aspects to the strikes, which have the effect of boosting Ukrainian morale. The exact estimates of the cost it imposes on Russia varies. The impact on Russia's energy industry remains a very contested issue. To sum up Ukraine's attacks inside Russian territory, we've observed a clear increase in the number of strikes and the escalation in the type of weapons used, from tiny drones to domestically produced missiles. So for the next part of this video, I'm going to take a look at the recent reports of an increase in Russia targeting Ukraine's energy infrastructure. I think what we're seeing is both sides are engaging closer to engaging in total war. They're not just attacking military capacity, they're also knocking out economic and infrastructure-related targets. Russia's attacks on Ukraine's energy infrastructure are nothing new. In fact, they've systematically been attacking it since the first year of the war. We'll see. What is new, though, is that they've changed their strategy here. Russia waited about 7 months into the invasion to start openly targeting the power generating facilities. The first widespread attacks were on October 10, 2022. The attack struck 14 second regions, interrupting power supplies in cities including Lviv and Kharkiv. This damaged 30% of their energy infrastructure, with a peak of 84 cruise missiles in 24 hours. The main tools Russia uses in their attacks is their strategic bomber fleet, firing missiles from standoff distance. A similar tactic was used by the United States during the invasion of Iraq. According to the UN Human Rights Watch, the United States targeted electrical distribution facilities, not power generation, each of which serve a distinct purpose. Power distribution or substations are responsible for delivering electrical power to individual consumers. Power generation, on the other hand, are the power plants, and they're much more difficult to replace. It takes years to fix those. The United States attacks substations with carbon fiber bombs. They're not explosive. These carbon fiber bombs, these are munitions that were used in warheads on telephone cruise missiles. They disperse some munitions that are made of small carbon fiber filaments. They circuit transformers and other high voltage equipment upon making contact with it. Inside rock, electrical power is out for 30 days as the United States issued to transport facilities. This had the knock-on effect of causing a crisis where it was responsible to run on generators and created a water crisis, and it made it difficult to tend to people in Iraq. However, damage to electrical substations can take anywhere from a few minutes to about a month to fix and replace, but small substations can cost less than $500,000 to fix. On the other hand, damage to power generation facilities can take a few years and cost billions of dollars. See how Russia's strategy has recently switched from attacking distribution to attacking power generation. And that's the real significant thing to note here. Russia's missile strikes in Ukraine in the first 2 years of the war mainly focused on these substations with big power generation hits, but mainly they shrunk the power distribution networks, the power lines themselves. This meant and blackouts throughout the country. They were able to withstand the attacks and get power back up relatively quickly with fast repairs. It's possible these attacks are focused on substations because these locations are difficult to defend. They're more spread out and around the country, so it's hard to place their defense all around. For 2022, 20 days is continued until blackouts extended from regions that about 80% of Kiev's residents are not without running water. This will shut down power in hospitals and services. For thanks to repair efforts, Ukraine announced in 2023 that they will resume their energy exports. They were able to remanufacture their energy and start selling energy surplus to other places. However, in June 2023, Russia destroyed the massive Galileo Dam, which is the electric power plant in southern Ukraine. It's been under the control of the Russian occupation since year. This was a shift in tactics. It's a major power generation center. You can't replace the city, replace the substation. It's estimated to have cost upwards of $1 billion. Destruction caused environmental and humanitarian disaster and destabilized this operation. The power plant has been told to He suggested that could decentralize the power generation of the United States. Moscow's already built the power to serve 7 houses. They could also show especially for Russia
Yeah.
Just gonna say, you're gonna head over in like 20 minutes if you want to get ready.
Okay.
You say clear.
Great. Bye.
Next week, your son.
Yes, sir.
You gotta know, Daddy. Well, let me tell you something. You gotta know. The 18th. Do you want me to be your daddy for the next 8 years, son?
Yes, sir.
You do? Travis Scott Jordan.
$1, I can buy anything off the dollar menu at McDonald's, and this would definitely make me happy because I love to eat.
I'll run you too, girl. I love you too.
My name is Smith Bucket. Seattle Chicken. Oh,
So let's target it to the giant position. Where's the giant man, Flea? What? Keep ducking cover. There's a fall each other. There's no way to survive this, you lady. So let's target it to the giant position. Where's the giant man, Flea? What? Keep ducking cover. There's a fall each other. There's no way to survive this, you lady. So let's target it to. There's a lot of gate.
Ooh, Sensei Wu, your kimono is most extraordinary.
Thank you, Shane. Yes, it is quite extraordinary. It symbols that as a protection spell against evil. But ultimately,
And some of these
Having homicidal thoughts.
Homicidal thoughts are a form of unresolved anger, usually stemming from childhood. For some, it is the ultimate thirst, and the only way to actually resolve it is to commit a murder. The best way to do this is to find research. Some examples include homeless people, explorers, hikers, sex offenders, or terrorists. 89,027 states. Suicidal thoughts. Suicidal thoughts are a form of unresolved anger, usually stemming from childhood. For some, it is the ultimate thirst, and the only way to actually resolve it is to commit a murder. The best way to do this is to find a victim. Not many people would search for. Some examples include people, explorers,
hikers, sex offenders, or campers eating
having home, or he starts to figure out everything they told you. Mr. Beast is gonna one day be an evil villain, and everybody knows that. And if you don't know that now. You can tell by two things: his name and his smile. First of all, he goes by Mr. Beast. That's a bad guy, okay? He is already getting to the point where he's like, you can keep this Lamborghini, this $2 million Lamborghini Gallardo, if you can protect it from these tanks. And you're like, what? I am telling you right now, and this is no lie. No lie. There will be a time where Mr. Beast kills someone. He may go to jail, he may not go to jail. It might be a weird thing with the law where it's like, oh, well, is he culpable or not? He did put him in an airplane and then the engine did drop out. They did have parachutes, but they had to fight over him. This is going to happen. I'm psychic. It's not even necessarily that I'm psychic. I just know when I see someone's face and they have that smile and that their name is Mr. Beast, and they often have stunts that include Lamborghini Gallardos, that means that he's going to grow up and become an evil villain and kill someone. But, thanks. Nice to meet you, Mr. Beast. What's your first name, Roast? Mr. Beast.
In this world.
We have about 1,000 boards in this barn. I think it's gonna take one day to Sandy.
It's on Operation Patch.
It's gonna hurt someone's feelings, but what's a green flag that low key gives you the egg? Oh, I know my answer. And my answer is for sure gonna hurt somebody's feelings, but I surely don't give a fuck. I cannot date a man who is a good father. Who is a good father. Feelings, but what's a green flag that low key gives you the egg? Oh, I know my answer. And my answer is for sure gonna hurt somebody's feelings, but I surely don't give a fuck. I cannot date a man who is a good father. Who is a good father. Who is
I was thinking, so I already bought you hummus for you that's here that I never opened because I don't eat hummus, but I like got it because you were like, get hummus, and I was like, all right. But
Have you not tried hummus?
like I like it, but it's also
I thought Jewish people like hummus.
I do like, but it's like I don't, it's just like there. It's just like at like a buffet or whatever. Yeah, I'll take something like it's like I'm not gonna eat it. Like
Really?
yeah,
Why are you Jewish?
it's real, but like but that's what I've had good hummus, but it's like I can't like throw about it's like.
Alright. Okay, alright.
So I'm just asking if you want.
Yes. Do you have anything that good that I could dip hummus in?
Something at my place.
I like raw.
It's a hard boiled egg.
Ooh, can I have one?
Yeah, it's for me.
Why?
It's very expensive. Goodbye. I'll see you.
Alright.
Yeah.
So what are you listening to? What's mine? Just somebody else.
She did go out with folks. I told her that Audrey said she hasn't been she was completed on her mind. I think I'm some nights she's isn't it? She believes I think she's just everybody have periods where you feel like we're just roommates. I wish people like roommates, roommates hang out with each other. There's more about roommates. Only co-workers at a nuclear facility. Same all night monitoring different screens. Last night, she ended the 25 years. It was enough.
Sorry, gearing up to sell some retirement payments.
That's cool.
So,
What about life? I was to college. The house thing.
just everything else.
No. It's me.
I thought you were to press a light here, but first you'll have to close your eyes if you want to get it. Trickster. Yeah. You have to close your eyes if you want to.
So I should take care of specific people in the conversation. Like I told you this. Maybe we should be just taking care. So you guys something else. There's not that today. So I can go ahead and take care of it. Just nice. I know something about those dinner needs. It just okay. So just makes it a lot cheaper. So the best of special activity as does that makes sense. How's my sense? So we're going for here right now. Yeah. Okay. House right. Okay, perfect. So what we're gonna do is just get like great skills years our room. Just make sure that that's
Okay, sounds good.
Right.
Sounds good.
Let me outside.
So, okay.
So actually taking care of the families that they were some sick people for numbers. I told you this. Making sure we do just taking care of so you guys see what the bills come to house as they need. Okay, no worries about that. So what I can do this is iron today. So I can go ahead and take care of it. Just for the first place. I really something about these different moves. Just for okay. So just based on cheaper stuff as especially I think that stuff's that makes sense. Yes. Okay. That's right. Okay, perfect. So we're gonna do is just gonna go ahead and get some here's one. Just make sure that that's what we more specific. May the 4th. 7 p.m. I'm going to call this regularly scheduled city council meetings in order to the city secretary, please note. We are talking about that. President.
Princess Leia, Flores Kale. K250 Rizzo. Present. Ashley Ray Bradshaw. Present. Dora Tobias.
Mayor Boba Fett, Mitchell, I am Scott Solo for the record.
City managers report.
So fucking stressed out. Running my pet lizard's Instagram account. I'm about to have a nervous breakdown. I told my therapist. She said, "We'll take a break from your pet lizard's Instagram account." I said, "I can't. It's my sole source of income." To post a fucking photo of the lizard every day, every fucking day, 4 or 5 reels with the lizard, playing my hand, putting his arms around his ear, throwing him in one little tiny apartment. It smells like lizard piss. Oh man, the drugs I have to inject in that lizard just to wake it up, just to get it moving for the day. I pumped all my money into this fucking lizard. Or bringing the lizard, bringing the attention of the lizard community, bringing the lizard to attention, lizard issues. The forefront. Piece of shit, fucking like, so fucking stressed.
Hey, speaking of lizards.
She's
You okay, bro? Hey, look here. I fell asleep too. I had a headache. I had a really bad headache.
lizard community, bringing the lizards, bringing the lizard to attention, lizard issues to the forefront. Piece of shit, fucking like, I'm so fucking stressed out. Nervous. I told this. She said, "Your pet
Oh my god.
sole source of income." Post a fucking photo. Keep that 4 or 5 reels with the lizard. So we could go down. Mama said that it was okay. Said that it was right. It's okay. So we could go down. Mama said that it was okay. Said that it was right. It's okay.
Look at this. Hey, you look like a snack or something. Choose the story.
Who has the best girlfriend ever?
I do.
Who just bought you all this stuff?
He did.
Yeah. But we're not eating it all. Just know that. Because we gotta save some. You know? Budget.
Your car seemed to beg my wife, said, "Look, what do I need to do to save our marriage and to save my life?" The first thing she told me, these 3 people, you call them today and fire them from your life, and I'll stay. So I called them and I said, "Hey, this isn't about you. This is about me. I hate myself when I'm with you, and I'm doing really dumb. Never gonna talk to them. My wife said, look, what do I need to do to save?
No, you're all good.
The first thing she told me, these three people, you
This guy is right. Because after the stream, he's gonna be crazy. He's definitely right. Yeah, I am mad tired. I am mad tired. Well, yeah, I look different, don't I? I don't know what it is. I think it's because I shaved. Or something like that. I do look really tired. I gotta go. I gotta bring my girlfriend. I gotta bring my girlfriend. Oh my gosh, what am I saying? In a second, I gotta go take my girlfriend to the school, to a school or something. What the fuck? I give up. I give up on you. You remind me of my other friend. I hate him. I hate him so much. He'll be on stream eventually. You'll meet him eventually. And you'll learn how much I hate him. How much I despise him.
Do you want to sit with us?
Oh my god. Sometimes I just see something on the internet and I just like I don't know, my brain like explodes. Mama said it was quite alright and it was okay. Are you? Oh shit. Hey.
Hi.
Yeah, I'm coming. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, Lizard, listen. I'm moving you to my phone. I have to take her. I'll be back. So I won't be able to respond. Or I will be. See? Okay. Yeah. Mama said it was quite alright. And it was okay. Oh boy, when I come back, oh shit. When I come back, I have got to start painting. You're a little freaking looted too.
I mean, where can you drop me?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is funny.
Spouse.
Oh, good my stuff, right?
But that's very like I don't know. No, that's no. You said it the right way. It's just so.
weird way to say.
Da, 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 da.
Well, no, just because like spouse, that's like a very like. To me, it's like something like old people use.
Hello, my spouse.
No, it's something that like
I don't think anyone in the history of the universe has ever said hello, my spouse.
I know someone who my lesbian math teacher 8th grade. She did because she didn't obviously wasn't gonna say like, oh yeah, my wife or whatever.
But partners more.
No, I know, but that's
My partner.
it's kind of like we obviously like knew that.
You're
Well,
like,
she obviously like gave off lesbian vibes, but it was like, yeah,
yeah.
I have your hummus.
Thank you. I love hummus.
I know.
So good.
How's the plant doing?
Good.
What?
It's going well.
Good. I'm just worried about it.
Why don't I just park?
You can't park because
But I'm in the car. Like they can't take us on limits.
they have. That's the thing.
They have.
Yeah.
I'll just drive away.
Well, like you just circle the lot. Like that's all you have to do. Like it's not gonna take that.
What if I shoot them?
Okay, so no.
How do they give me a ticket if they're dead?
I'm not having spells.
Bro, seriously, tell me. Tell me. Like, come on, you stupid idiots. Everyone's stupid besides me.
You're in one of those moods again.
What do you mean one of those?
Because every so often you just like get in moods where you're just like really like passionate about something for no reason. Like that there was that time when you were like, why would someone have an opinion if it's stupid? Like why would you have a
Why would someone have an opinion if it's stupid? That's a fine question.
But it's an opinion. Whatever. I'm not having this.
It's stupid.
I know. But you just every so often you just get really
So you
passionate
voluntarily have an opinion. You know it's stupid.
Yes, why don't you talk to the camera? No, don't no. I know.
Come on, I hear the ice shaking. It tastes so good. I'm doing this thing for you. Doing this thing for you.
No, I know you drank it yesterday because
I did not. I did not.
But then how is there paint on it?
That's your fault. I didn't
freaking touch paint.
Well, you obviously did. There's paint. Oh fuck, that was good. Damn. What are you doing?
Do you brush your teeth?
Yes.
Okay.
And I should go.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you.
Yeah. Thanks for the knowledge.
Mhm.
Where am I going?
Right.
You just never know if they're telling the truth or not.
No, I know. But that's yeah. Why do you hold it?
It's
You don't need to do that.
I know, but I don't know. It's instinct. All right.
Well, it just makes me nervous because what if you accidentally like move it? Because I've done that before.
Well, when you get in a wreck, you're supposed to switch to neutral, so it's more safe. But that's not why I hold it. I hold it because you said driving.
Yeah.
Dude, I didn't even know I do that.
Okay. And then I'm just running into the bookstore.
Okay.
So yeah, you can just kind of like circle the lot or whatever.
Daddy? Looks like your dad.
That does not look like my dad.
Yeah, it does.
My dad doesn't wear pants like that.
It's a camo pants.
Yeah. You put those. Okay. Well,
Wait,
you
summer
were supposed to drop me off. Okay. But
Daddy.
okay, I'm putting my keys.
Good luck on your test. Essay.
I'm literally just Griffin. I will be right back. I'm literally gonna be right back. I just have to return this, and then I'm gonna be right back.
Okay, good luck on your book return. Oh.
Okay, thanks.
Out there. Let's talk about your place of work. Let's talk about your jam. That's not your jam. But no. Oh, it's just my lead.
Because it was, I just, whatever. It was just nice of you to do this.
It's gonna be nice when I snap your neck. You're such a girly girl.
How so?
Just this song. What that guy? What the heck?
Yeah.
Fuck. That's so random. All right, so you're gonna give me some space, right? Yeah, it takes up the whole. She's taking up the whole freaking. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Everybody loves it.
Like, I'm so confused.
I think it's just. Yeah, I don't know.
Because all of a sudden it just like came back. So I'm gonna get a pack and split with Grayson tonight. Oh, baby. We're gonna.
Zach.
What?
I look at it.
It's for Emily's birthday, so it's like you're not coming.
Okay. Well,
You said you're not. Like you're invited. You just said you weren't. Yeah. Your hair's very nice.
it is.
Yeah. It's very fluffy today.
Yeah, we got new shampoo.
Do you like it? What's the new shampoo?
I like the body wash. I don't know about the shampoo. Shampoo is doing weird stuff right here.
I think it's cute when it's fluffy. I'm so excited for when we're married and live together because in our shower we'll have 2 shelves, one for my stuff and one for yours.
You're gonna need a lot more than one shelf.
For you?
For you.
I really don't use that much.
Oh really? When my like mom and sister, like just my sister, would like have like a billion shampoo bottles.
Well, she probably just didn't like throw them out. Or...
Yeah, probably.
But also, does she like highlight her hair?
I mean, yeah.
Then yeah, because I know that takes like other products and stuff, but I don't do.
There's like a million bottles. I'm like, the fuck do you need all this shit?
Well, for like coloring your hair, it can like, yeah.
Look at all these
Parents to move out. No, it is really, really funny.
When I moved out all like I just piled everything in like a cart and I pushed it to that house. And, like that was it. That was all I had to do.
Why did Yanni prick this out? Because I noticed that when I was coming, I was like, why did it was it like
just,
all backed up yesterday? Or, like...
I don't know, probably just here to get out, whatever.
Why does he have a handicap thing in his car?
He does?
Yeah.
I don't know. He's an idiot.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah.
Okay, tell me to go do some work.
Yes, go do some work. I'm gonna hold you accountable and follow you until you do some work. Come on.
Really?
Yes.
Well, I'm gonna get some shorts on.
Okay.
Gonna make me fall in love. Oh my god. Look how scared of it. What should I paint today? I think
some things.
I'm gonna paint Kim Jong Un with the low paper parade. The Mario and Yushi. and the house. Yeah. 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 Hey, bruh. Your flowers. Come in. Hold me down. Why is this on? You can have it if you want. Oh. Hold me down. Look, have you seen this show?
You might just spray me with the hose inside the house.
What? Look, he's smiling. Look, he smiles more. Wait.
The bugs are funny. So he's probably like about to like growl his teeth, but he's just like, but it looks like he's smiling.
Fire. You did that.
I did that. You're welcome.
Fire.
That's my favorite thing to do whenever I'm with Kate and I'm drunk. I'm like, I say, "What do you say to me?" You're welcome.
Oh yeah, you're so annoying.
Yeah, I know, but I think I deserve to.
This is insane. Oh man. Poor girl. She's right. That's probably her only web.
Well, they're not cheap.
Look at that. Didn't even know. Look at that.
The following on your site. I never condone rape, but if you are size 6, you're wearing skinny jeans. You might deserve to be raped.
Oh my fucking god.
Oh my god.
I never condone
That is insane.
We're doing something better.
curious.
Yeah.
Okay, time to work. Time to work. Griffin.
Alright, I'll work.
No, you always do this. Come on, start now.
Yeah.
It's only gonna get harder. Come on.
Okay. Fine. Fine.
If you want to come over around like 6 or 7, you can.
What? Because what?
Okay, whatever. I am going to be. Oh well, for dinner, if you want to have the chicken or whatever. There was a lot left over.
Can I just watch this one fight?
Fine.
You're gonna want to see it too.
I don't. Okay.
There's this thing called Street Beef. Remember I was talking about it yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
And
Okay, so when I first got there, I thought I was smart my house legs. I saw my house. But no, for the second person I fought,
Oh shit! Oh shoot! Okay. Oh.
You know when else you can watch this video?
What?
When you're rich and famous, you can watch the video when you're rich and famous. So.
Okay, true, but I want to see it right now. No, this is the one I'm watching.
I texted you.
Yeah, no. Yes, this one. It's only a minute long.
Okay, fine.
Oh my gosh, he's doing it. I can't believe this man lost to him. Rat. Oh, all right. All right. All right.
Did you put Thomas in the fridge?
Yes. Your flowers are very pretty.
Yeah, I thought they'd be good.
I should plant, like, we should get seeds.
And put them like where?
Like, oh, like one.
The thing is, if you keep having like parties back here, it's just gonna get
No, I don't think anybody would jump back there.
not purposely, but like people would step on it.
Well, we could get more pots.
Okay. I still just want one for like a good indoor plant.
True.
All right. Well, I'll let you know if I'm lucky with the bush apple quest.
Okay, sounds good. I believe in you.
And I'll first you being productive or not.
Deal.
You better lock in.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. I love you.
I love you too. You're my ballerina. Huh?
I didn't bring to like this year, but
I was like, I was so confused. Yeah, it's all good.
Okay. If you think so.
Not really.
Yeah, okay.
Wow.
Okay.
How are you?
Everything's good. Okay, take care of yourself, okay?
I will.
Have you ever been to that? Yeah.
Oh, blueberries is really good.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Hey, I love blueberries.
If I didn't trip it, I never actually got like, hey, dude, hey, hold on.
Oh, that's too late. Oh, yeah, she left. It's like outside my shed. Let's see.
Yeah, Mike's liking Emily thinks you have
Emily?
Oh yeah, no, yeah. He said he thought she was cute.
Yeah,
So like,
he doesn't want me and
Ooh.
yes, you don't talk to my.
Yeah, he needs to get on. He needs to get on it. Apparently, her is like her like. And we talking about Emily like.
we've all no, not Mike. No.
How did I say
I like that Emily. Right.
the ass?
Because they were talking about it and there's like I think that they things I want for Emily. They don't know. That's all.
That's so hard. Yeah.
Yeah, remember when I had babies? Yeah. No, it's then I go for my. Yeah, no, you know. Um, yeah. Yeah. Okay. There we go. All right, sounds good. Thanks, Stephen. All right. Yep. Bye. Bye. I'm about that. Okay. Or the dog. Yeah, so man. Like this guy. No, I did. So I just unsynced it from his phone. Like, so. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I can take that. Okay.
Hey, stupid, you dumb dumb. Stupid idiot. Looking at your phone. Sounds like you're watching some good, I'm not gonna lie.
It was almost, I think, almost 60 pounds.
Yo, what time is it? Yo.
Like crazy.
Go back. So. Beta. Are y'all gone? Yeah, I'm gonna work. Good. Happy birthday. Hey, Ben. Weird. Beta. Getting close. Beta.
I understand you're a little behind schedule. Yeah, it's just me to back some back up. I think I'll get on. We was feeling so bad. That's the same. I said, this is a saving life. That's it. Get on your feet. I understand you're a little behind schedule. Yeah, just me to back some back up. Why you going? We was feeling so bad. That's the same for me. Listen.
Beta. Or
Yo, Goku. Yo, what's good, my boy? Lizard, the go. All we have to do is paint Kim Jong Un with a low taper fade, and we're straight. Why do I even try with you? Right now, we got what's not done, but it's gonna be Dorn Lamble's house and Mario's car. My friend Mario's car, Dorn Lamble's house. Right now, we got. I know. I'm sorry. The thing, like, it'll overheat. Mario's car, my friend. It's gonna overheat if I put it in the sun. That's not it. I'll show you when I'm done. It's not very impressive right now. I mean, it's not gonna be very impressive at the end. So. Dude, I gotta pee. You ever pee? What nonsense is it now? The van is broken, sadly. So sadly, it does not drive. I broke it by putting too much oil in it. So, pretty silly on my part. Oh, geez. I think it's too hot for me to figure out something else to do. When does it get cooler? Um, we're gonna have 5 hours to do it. Do whatever we want, pretty much. Okay, wait, I have an idea. We'll work on the reel where I announce the Minecraft server is opening. Yep. Yeah, I like it.
Bruh. Happy short king week.
As of here, it is official. They have chosen who the new pope is. We don't know who it is yet, but the crowd has gone absolutely nuts. And those seagulls, the most famous seagulls to have ever been heard. So what happened after the game? We don't know who it is yet, but only the Stephanie Day. Events down in the comments. It's going to be, and I'll see you very soon. Okay, breaking news. White smoke has appeared. It is official.
What the hell am I doing? Oh shit, my bad. I forgot. Chat. Oh, you supposed to.
Taste this. I take that if you got your sense. See the money every day. You got me all set. I be stepping, don't need no flipping. You want disrespecting me, they learn their lesson. I'm the party. Come on and get your chain back. Come on and get your chain back. Jack and ready. Come on and get your chain back. Chain snatcher, I want it. I take that if you got your shit too. Every day, I need it all step. Be stepping, don't need no weapon. Disrespecting me, they lesson. Get your chain back. Get your chain back. Get your chain back. Come on and get your chain back. Jack and ready. Come on and get your chain back. Original chain snatcher. I want it. I take that. If you got your shit too, I'ma be the one to call. Big C, every day. I need it. Be stepping, don't need no weapon. You want disrespecting me, they learn their lesson. Get your chain back. Come on and get your chain back. Get your chain back. Come on and get your chain back. Jack, ready? Come on and get your chain back. Chain snatcher. Take that. If you got your shit too, I'ma be the big C. I need everything. Yeah, I need it all. Stepper. I be stepping, don't need no weapon. You want disrespecting me, they learn their lesson.
God, is that Hatsune Miku? Is it? Is? It is Hatsune Miku. I know with you. Nice to meet you, Hatsune. I hope you're having a lovely time. Hatsune Miku. God, is that Hatsune Miku? Is it? Is? It is Hatsune Miku. I know.
I love medium rare steak at a restaurant, and they bring me well done chips. Just so do I. That's a shit. So do I. Same way. It's like it's something.
Thinking in a factory. What are you thinking?
What?
In a factory. What are you thinking? Why have you found me? I have many thinking. Don't talk about thinking. Yeah, very. Don't need to think. It's making. They are using it. Don't let me think. Yeah, very. What's your thinking? Why have you found me? I have many things. Don't talk about it. Yeah, very happy. Don't think. Maybe they are using it. Don't miss. They are very healthy and apparently very practical. Don't talk about today. Don't relate to it. Into my factory. Get everything. In a factory. What are you thinking? Why have you found me? I have many engines. Don't talk about today. They are very company. Don't relate to it. It's me. They are using it. Don't miss it. They are very healthy and apparently very practical. Don't talk. I wanted
Definitely don't tell her that. Definitely do not tell her to stop wearing provocative clothes. Don't tell her to unfollow other guys on IG. That's a couple of. But it actually says a couple. Sorry. And not under some confusion, like, just don't hear me.
I don't because I and I cried. I know they never.
Sorry. And most importantly, holding myself accountable for my own actions. I mentioned that they hope that I'm able to change and that we can solve about the situation. Sorry. And most importantly, holding myself accountable for my own actions. I mentioned that they hope that I'm able to change
What the hell?
the situation. Sorry. And most importantly, holding myself accountable for my own actions. So that they hope that I'm able to change and that we can solve about.
That's usually your fault for being there. He did not let me box, and he did not let me poop.
I mean, he did not let me poop.
Not let me punch. Did not let me poop.
I mean, no poop. He did not let me poop.
He did not let me box, and he did not let me poop.
I mean, no poop.
So it's probably separatists that did this, you know, I have nothing to do with this. No, to be able to pay it. Or it's just.
You need to park there. You need to park there. Drive. Seriously. Oh my god.
So it's probably.
Sorry,
Here's your coffee. The Milk family and the Crane family. Where do you think black women are? Like, still around the front of the streets, people need to just money, take, that's me.
Are you grilling now?
You make some lunch.
Man, it's gonna be hot as fuck.
So, right?
Be hot as fuck.
You don't have to grill at all.
Yeah, I know, but I just figured it'd be hot. I guess not.
So the,
It is a summer type of thing.
I mean, it's just heat on heat.
Young. Wake up in the morning, I'm a hungry kid. And all me and me and me.
Are you trans? Like,
Are you trans? Holy shit, man. You got some mythical reels today.
Yeah. 6 months out. Where the hell were you? Yeah. Well, you know what? Take time out. I have since my friend.
other stuff. Yeah, I get it. I see the line. You don't see the lines. How I see the stuff. Thank you. Citizen S. Well, I can find that on the map. So much to us. Good, my friends. Okay, I will come with you. Sure. I'm sleeping on everything that's you see. Strange kind of grown up. This house is great. To change your mind. Little bit of this, it made me feel off value. There was a little bit. She died like 30 years ago. Well, it's just mentioned it. I get my own. Nothing in my house, not a joke. Yes. I guess it's a She died in 30 years. I have not having children. I miss an opportunity. I was told myself as a serious actor. It is prior advice. Hey, Johnny. Check out. Oh, thank you.
So much to us.
Strange kind of stuff. This house is great. What changed your mind? Oh, the little girl, that's it, made me feel a lot better. There was a little girl right there, but she died like 30 years ago. Just messing with you.
Now that you're okay with the house, do you think it's
I get my own. We buy a house, not a job. I miss an opportunity. There's a serious act. It's too much pressure. Stay workshop.
Thank you, Dr.
Most. Expecting to get nice and high. Simulations. Cash. You know what? Let's think about it. Yeah, my son smile.
An adjustment. I want an adjustment like you did her.
She.
An amazing job.
I know this is treasure. Welcome.
I'd like to make another appointment,
We close up at 5.
so I should expect you at my place at 9.
That's what's well, that's why it's a calendars. It's me. It was me. It's the guy's got a gun. He's got a gun. And I got scared. I was I'm scared because I know that everybody with leaders are. Yes. They shot and killed this kid. He's Travis. Travis cheated. Travis wrestled down out of his hand. And then he was looking like this, trying to change it around. When the guy in Georgia Addison was there, sister. Rachel, here's her sister. Thinks I need you.
I think
Condo homes. It's Dorn's house. Mario's car covered in cheese. That's good. You can tell it's a house. Kind of. Okay, it's fucking hot as fuck. I think that's I'm only gonna do those two for them. Or until it turns. Alright, then I'm gonna do Kim Jong Un. Mario throwing a bottle at a child. Mario Red Dead. Yeah. GTA DB. Yeah, I'm just using LeBron. The LeBron sunshine. Really don't have to talk. You know, right? Oh, it's a hard. Some like art people, that type of thing. I'm doing. And then on YouTube. But he's doing the way he was doing it was like he was doing it bigger and then like putting them behind. Like
The thing is, the reason why the van fell off, bro, is because you try to do too many things at one time.
yeah.
So, like, you had to.
I should have focused on it.
Yeah, bro. It's like you still can. You know it can blow up. Like it did. You got fucking. You blew up, and within like 3 days, you gained 20,000 followers.
Yeah.
Bro.
It can happen again.
Just know it can. You most definitely can.
Did I tell you about the military, but I talked to a military training camp about blowing up the van.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think you should wait the 69K to.
I'm not.
I think.
I mean, I do it like this weekend if I can. Okay. I emailed them, or I talked to them on the phone. Said just email me.
Or what you can do is that this is good. Is that streamlined?
Yeah.
Unmute it.
Yeah. I'm like. Or honestly, if I get like, I'll just make it something fucking ridiculous and just be like, if I get $1,000, or if I get 1,000 subscribers, or something like that.
You know what you need to do? You just need to make like a funny edit. Like, you know, like just put up, you know, like I don't know, like a quote, like like something. You like lock it up. You be like, it's been a while. But at the time, it would go to a flashback of like a video of you doing it like a year ago, of, like a date or something. You're like, what are you ready for the project after this? Then you put it and then it's like a dot big. Then you take a call. And you're like, yeah, fuck that. And then it's like you coming out here and just going, shh. And you like kick it or something. And then it's like, oh, I like that. Yeah, I like it. So, if we don't make that until
They haven't responded yet. I only emailed them yesterday. They haven't responded yet. I emailed them off, dude. I don't know, man. I hope they did.
I can ask.
Yeah, you should ask that guy.
Miller was here yesterday.
You should definitely ask Miller. Do you think he would? Do you think he?
I think, but he might know someone. Yeah. But I think you should do that. If you do that, but you literally do it, but leading up, like post or leading up to it, type shit.
Yeah.
Then like you do it like right, like you just do it when it's planned, so that you can leading up to it, you'll have that motivation to push content for it, and so you'll push content that one.
Yeah, facts. It's just so annoying. Like, I wish like we could just find. That's literally the only thing stopping me from blowing this up is finding somewhere to play.
Well, like realistically, how hard have you tried?
I've tried.
Like you've tried hard to do certain things, but like how hard have you
No, I've only really started trying hard for like today, or not yesterday. Yesterday.
Like I'm saying, like we painted it, got to your 30-foot president, like 2 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Like 2 weeks if you try.
Yeah.
They-
Oh wait, today? You know what? I'm gonna make this video, then I'm gonna go. That one guy had land where he could blow it up.
Yeah.
Remember the guy that came here and did like drugs in our fucking house?
I think you know what, like to do with the red truck. Go ask Andy, bruh.
Yeah, I am.
Like,
How do you know Andy has? Everybody's been like, ask him.
yeah, it's because he's rich. Like, dude, you got to think about it. Like, people know people. You know, you've done a lot of work for Andy. Just be like, yo, I need to blow this up like this weekend. You know, anyone who would just let me blow it up. I'll blow it up and I'll clean up all the mess too.
You know, the fraternity, blah, blah, blah.
Fraternity, it's summertime now, bro. No time.
Yeah, we have house. I mean, we have like, sure. I guess some people.
Yeah, we have pregnant.
Bro, Ben's moving. Ben's moving down the street.
Where? Oh, right over there.
Not next to Billy, but Fiesta's dad.
Oh, yeah. That's sick.
Are you on break or something?
Yeah, I'm just saying about the
Yeah, I'll ask. Sure, he's gotta have a place. When I have my own land, I'll take it like a designated place to grow from. In Christmas Street. Honestly, I post this and do some errands, and then can I use that to touch shade? Can I use that? If I put a tarp over it. Yeah, it's okay, right. Yeah. Yeah, it's perfect. I got it. How hard to find it? You'll get it hard. It's hard laying back there. You put it like I would have to put it. Can I in your car? My car. Like slightly over and then I can five minutes. No, the truck. And then I can I know. Got a question? Yeah. Careful. I'm just saying, like, I'm like moving over like 10 feet. It's like, we wanted to put the time on the roof. Because I need something to like hold the up the other side. Can't- Get the tarp over it. Then itch the tarp and then from there from Today we have Doran Lamble's house and Mario Marshall's car covered in cheese. Subscribe to blow up the band. Today we have Doran Lamble's house and Mario Marshburn's car covered in cheese. Today we have Doran Lamble's house and Mario Marshburn's car covered in cheese. Subscribe to blow up the band. House and Mario Marshburn's car covered in cheese. Subscribe to blow up the band. Today we have Mario Marshburn's oh shit. Today we have Doran Lamble's house and Mario Marshburn's car covered in cheese. Subscribe to blow up the band. Fuck, I gotta do it one more time. Today we have Doran Lamble's house and Mario Marshburn's car covered in cheese. Today we have Doran Lamble's house and Mario Marshburn's car covered in cheese. Subscribe to blow up the band. Damn, I gotta do it once. Today we have Doran Lamble's house and Mario Marshburn's car covered in cheese. Subscribe to Love the Band. Today we have Doran Lamble's house and Mario Marshburn's car covered in cheese. Subscribe to Blow Up the Band.
We get excited about it.
Good afternoon, good sir. Leo. Okay, so today, good day. Are you having a good day? Baby girl, put your butt in a bed girl. Let me see it swirl. What a world be aware.
Good. Good. Very good. Very good. Let's see. Good. Hopefully it will get more views. Um, but sometimes it just takes a while for it to like blow up, you know? See. Yeah. That's actually not the llama cam, it's just another stuffed animal that looks exactly like the llama cam. Yeah, it looks like YouTube kind of stopped pushing it, which is okay. But I think I think it'll go. It might do better eventually. All in due time. I must be patient.
Today, Doran Lamble's house and Mark Sports car covered in cheese. Subscribe to blow up the van. Subscribe to blow up the van. Yeah, me too. Today we have Doran Lamble's house and Mario Marchford's car covered in cheese. It will though. I have confidence. I have confidence. Maybe, and like the other videos, like when I do like 200 days live streaming, and then I spent like 1 year live streaming, those might do better. But who knows? Who knows? I'm also just finding. I also am trying to find someone to blow up somewhere to blow up the minivan. Today we have Doran Lamble's house, but I think it will, or I think I'll find somebody. I got a few more people to ask, and um, I haven't heard back from the people. We'll see. We'll see. Here, I'll check my email right now. Today we have Doran Lamble's house and Mario Marchford's car covered in cheese. Subscribe to blow up the van. Oh yeah, dude. That is totally my bad. I don't know if I answered it or not, but yeah, I just suck at. I can't even answer text messages, but I'm gonna try to get better at Discord. If I don't answer, especially if it's you, if I don't answer you, it's because I just am stupid and not noticing my Discord message. Okay, let's see. We just have to do this. But how did what is it? What was it for? You said some author stuff. Were you making like a thing, doing a paper or something? Oh my goodness, the hell! Wait a second. Oh my god, I just found the best one ever. No way. No way. Look at this. I'm definitely doing this. What is this? I am so doing this right now. How do I do this? How do I use this? No way. No way. Bro, you don't know tongue sahur? That is crazy. Dude, I have to do this. Oh, no way. That's sick. That's so fire. Yeah, definitely make him have his only comfort is food. Food is an amazing comfort, I'm not gonna lie. Like I definitely see how people can become overweight. Lauren Landon's house and Mario Marshburn's car covered in cheese. Subscribe to blow up the band. I have to do this. Okay. I have to go record this real quick. I'll bring you with me. Tong 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 tong. Alright. Dude, seriously though, have you seen Tung Sahur? He's literally the goat, bro. Alright, so after I film these videos, I go to AT&T, and then I go hunt down that one guy. Oh, and then I go get clear code. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. All right. Wait. All right. Let's see if this works. Let's see if this works out the way I want to. Well, well, well. You looking muy bonita. Thank you. Thank you. And I know. I am the boyest of bonitas. Yo, Lizard, do you know who Tung Sahur is?
Today, today,
Do you know who Tung Sahur is? Dude, you don't know who Tung Sahur is? Damn. Am I the only one who knows who Tung 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 Sahur is? What the fuck? Bro, what the hell? It's this guy. You don't know who he is? Really? Oh my gosh. You need to you need to upgrade your brain rot. You need to really brush up on it, bro. Epic. Definitely would describe myself as epic. Get on my knees. I don't know if that's what cops say. It might be what other people say. Another profession says, but not a cop. There's a few professions that I can think of that say that type of stuff. This is not gonna do what for what? He better have not killed anybody. We all have oopsies. Yeah, see, it's just an oopsie. Conor McGregor. Conor McGregor is the Pope. Tom. Today we have and Mario Marshburn's car covered in cheese. Today we have Doran Lamb. I still cannot believe that you don't know. Yeah, I can't say I do. I did do that. I'm not gonna lie. I can't say that that's my type of that's my style. Yeah, that's a you thing. You might want to. No, we're not vibing. You just told me to get on my knees, and now I know you do weird stuff on in your spare time. We're definitely not chilling. Today we have Doran Lamble's house and Mario Marshburn's car covered in cheese. Subscribe to Blow Up the Van. Today we have Doran Lamble's house. Today we have Doran Lamb. No, you did not. You did not say that. You said that you're a cop. See, now you're lying to me. Shame on you. Shame on you. This is despicable. How could you betray me? Okay, so now we're gonna go to the AT&T store. Fine, I will. I'll prove you wrong. Cop. Guess what? My brother has court today. How would you describe yourself in the bedroom? I feel like I'm a cop. Oh, I see. But you never said that you did that with my mom. Yeah. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. You didn't think I could do that, huh?
You think I'd actually go back in the comments and look? Well, I did. And what do you have to say for yourself? What do you have to say for yourself? I'm banning you. Don't think I won't ban you. You don't even know my mom. Alright. Dude, you don't even know. I'm not even gonna listen to you. You don't even know who Tung 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 Sahur is. So pretty much everything, like you're, as far as I'm concerned, you're irrelevant to me. How do you think you have the right to speak to me when you don't even know who Tung 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 Sahur is?
Francis Prevost had a look at the light. The BBC on this live stream was flabbergasted that they chose an American. I think they stressed about 3 times after the fact they said that he was American. They kept on saying, "Well, we just want to like really stress." Has lived in Korea for a very long time. So a couple bits about him. He's 69 years old. He was born in Chicago, but moved to Peru, and he's been there. He lived there in about the 80s, so he has been there for a long time. He's fluent in multiple languages: Spanish, English, Italian, and maybe even more. And here's the craziest part about this: he was only made.
It's a given. It's given. You don't even know who Tung 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 Sahur is? That's brain rot 101.
They say that he is moderate. They say that he's considered a centrist, and he shares a lot of the same viewpoints as Pope Francis. So, what do you guys think about the first ever American Pope in history?
All right, that to be fair, that is Skibbity, but I mean, it's Tung 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 Sahur. How do you like? If you know Skibbity, you should know Tung 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 Sahur at the very least. Bro, you don't need friends. It's oh my goodness. Watch. You know what? Watch. I'll prove it to you. I'll prove it to you. we're gonna go. Boom.
Samarita. Ur. Gerber Patapamita. Ur.
School, you got a job. No, you put your clothes. Well, you got a job.
POV, you're at the red light, and this thing pulls up next to you with this badass sexy biker on it. Your bike, baby. Your job, your bike. Ouch.
I'm looking for it. It'll pop up.
I just won the lava chicken trend because I did something that no one else could. I had to go all out on this one because I was one of the first people to make a lava chicken video, and at the time, I didn't realize how big this trend was going to become, and I also didn't realize how much effort everybody was going to be putting into their lava chickens. So until I posted this video that you're watching right now, I had essentially lost the lava chicken trend. My video was one of the worst, and I'm willing to admit that, but I'm not willing to accept it. You know I can do better, and I know I can do better, so today I'm raising the bar. I started by making a lava chicken similar to how most creators have been doing it, which means I essentially just baked a giant chicken loaf and started carving pieces out of that. I honestly think I could have won the trend by just stopping here, but I was just getting started. Those of you who've been following me for a while probably know where this is going. You see, today we aren't just making a lava chicken, we're making the world's thickest lava chicken. A lava thicken, if you will. This is something that only I can do because I'm the only creator with the right combination of skills and immaturity to execute it. After lathering up the thicken with lava sauce, I baked it to get a nice crisp on the outside, and now our masterpiece is complete. You can let me know what you think in the comments, but if you ask me, I just won the lava chicken trend because I did something that no one else could. I had
What'd you do? What did you do, you silly goose? Oh, fuck.
Like he literally could have died, and I don't. It's really hard to watch just because it's so deliberate. Like he literally could have died, and I don't know who could do that. Like I just don't understand who has that within them to do that.
Brittany and Patsy, the sister and mother of a 21-year-old motorcyclist, Corey, says they're still trying to make sense of a road rage incident turned hit and run Monday morning that nearly took his life. Beaverton police say it happened around 6:16 a.m. on Highway 26 westbound between 217 and Cedar Hills Boulevard.
Oh, you lifted too much? Yeah, weightlifting can be dangerous.
It is still boots. That's how bad he hit it. Following a community tip, Beaverton police arrested Samir at his home in Washington County near Highway 26. Officers saw him driving the blue Kia Carnival in question. They believe the damage you see here is from the crash yesterday. He had to have seen him fall. Like, there's no way around that. And then you just kept driving. Like, he could have just been dead on the side of the road.
Miraculously, and thanks in part to a good Samaritan named Lucy who stopped to help. Not only is Corey alive, but the 21-year-old minus a serious concussion and plenty of road rash was taken to a Portland trauma center and walked out hours later without even breaking a bone.
He literally could have killed my brother today. And that's all that I just want you to acknowledge, that he could have lost his life. And that's...
Oh, and you hurt yourself? That's pretty good. That's pretty good PR for fucking, What, you're in 7th grade? Damn, son. That's pretty good, bro. There's a lot of people that are my age and can't even do that. You're making me feel weak. But at least I know who Tung 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 Sahor is.
Bro, we can fucking call. How about this? We can call later tonight. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna call later tonight when I start mine. Do you play Minecraft? Because I am going to play. We're gonna start a Minecraft like SMP where we play Minecraft. Please tell me you play Minecraft. Bruh. Well, you can. Do you have Discord at least? Because we're still gonna be on the Discord, so you can still talk. Yes, get it. Okay, but I should really do some fucking work. All right, I'm gonna go AT&T, AutoZone. We go AT&T, AutoZone, then we'll try that place. Is it windy? Yeah, it's a little windy. There should be absolutely no wind when I start painting. Whatever.
It's really hard to watch just because
Okay, don't hurt yourself again. Lifting weights. Howdy. What?
How much do you see in the bike?
1300. Yeah.
Yeah. So what it do is about 80, 90.
Like 189. Yeah. It's fast. It's like teleporting.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Not the closest thing to it.
That's nice.
Yeah. I got it for a good deal. My friend gave it to me for like $1,000.
Well,
I know.
oh, nice.
Yeah, I had to get it.
Yeah, I got it the little e-bike phase. I discovered first little e-bike. It goes cracks with it. But I was looking at that electric.
Yeah.
Cycles.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I like the electric dirt bike stuff.
Yeah, but like the one I got, I could upgrade the motor. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay, word.
Yeah, so like I could spend like $400 or $500 to upgrade the motor. I could do 70, 80.
Dang, yeah. The electric ones look cool. Like I'll see like kids like riding around like on the like they're like dirt bike versions,
Yeah,
but like electric. They're like wheeling around. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, it looks like fun as hell.
I got one, but I don't really ever mind at all. I just usually
Yeah, I
get
know.
around, you know, cruise and try to save the motor.
Yeah. Getting around.
Yeah. That's not bad though, but
I know. I got lucky.
that's another day.
Yeah.
How many miles did it have on that? Like DMC?
It's like 40,000.
Oh, no, man, that's still practically brand new.
Yeah, I mean it's a rebuild. The engine was rebuilt too, so
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Brand new, man.
I think he was just trying to get rid of it.
If get something else.
Yeah, he was like,
He done broke it in. He's like, now I want something else.
yeah,
I'm like,
yeah.
bro. Yep. Just think that. Very good. We got middle names. Like that was the people. There's being sensitive. You got new things. Well, already was okay. It's like watching like take off the great thing. I'm saying they're the old. Yeah, and then I picked something like that book, but I'm going for the right there. So you're here saying, what good in there? They keep, I'm going for here. That's the oil and the it's something so it's practically like maybe $50-$60. That big out of good, you know. The main brand on the block. I didn't figure. Straight bread, truck, you there, $20. Everybody come more really quick. They compare the. Here's the thing. It's hard.
So just usually to go.
Well, I'll give the internet one. I'll give it like this.
She makes me.
I think it's still. Okay, I like that.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a bill. Okay. Okay.
There's something wrong. Like,
How you doing, lady? She'll be right with you guys, okay? Yeah, so pretty much I just need insurance. Like I came here and I scheduled like a my phone broke and this lady was able to like schedule me an appointment. I ended up missing it. Like the phone call they called me and then I just didn't answer my phone. So
you know, the passcode into the account and all that good stuff.
yeah.
If you go right here, you can start the claim for me.
Which one? Where did you point to?
Phoneclaim.com.
I'm sorry.
Right
Okay,
there.
nice.
You can start the claim right there.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to help you there.
Yeah, that was right.
Okay, you got that going on?
Yeah, I don't have the phone with me.
You know the phone number?
No. I can go back. I live like 5 minutes away. I can go get it. To be
It's
honest.
gonna need the phone number. Yeah, once you get the phone number, you can just process it right there.
Okay, I don't have to come back here.
Yeah, you don't have to.
I can just do it.
Yeah,
Okay.
you can just do it right there, and that's gonna tell you the same thing it's gonna tell us.
Okay.
So it's gonna give you a date and all that stuff to get it fixed.
Okay, sweet.
So yeah,
Thank you.
you're welcome, man.
See you, man. That's not me. All right. Where am I going to now? Where do I go to now? Oh. Yeah, I'm looking for clear coats. I'm not sure how 500 right. Oh no way. Okay. I guess it is. We have it. Yeah, here. I remember like looking for it a while back and like only one store had it or something. Uh-huh. What's aircraft remover? I know I've seen it here recently. I don't think we've sold out of it. Primer seal. I'm looking for more like a tub. Yeah. Clothing, but I don't know if there's a color to it. Hmm. We have made the prestige. I'm sure. It looks like anything we've had for clear coat would probably be a spray. Okay. Try it, Riley's. I forget what store, man. There's like one store in town that had it. Eyeglass lacquer? Hmm. Maybe something. Oh, wait. That might be it. Advanced Auto Parts.
Don't say the British name here.
Oh, God. Yeah, I think that's what I was looking for. Y'all's arch nemesis.
Hold on.
Clear from. Ah.
What are they offering it for?
30. Yeah, same price.
All right. I was gonna say we'll match it, but it's the same price, then we'll definitely match it.
Dang. No, like $5. Okay. I think it's 34. It's the same price.
And we won't match online prices.
All right, thank you. Yeah, right here. Hey. Yeah. Doing good. I'm just looking for a clear coat. For like a mural.
For a mural?
Yeah.
Yeah, what's that like? What you just want like a urethane put over?
Just something to like, protect it. But I went to, I went to auto parts and they had a clear coat there, but I just remember it being really shiny. I think like I was looking for something more like
Yeah, only satin I got here right now.
I'm not doing the whole thing today, so I don't need a whole lot to be honest.
This is the smallest you're gonna get.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is.
I'm not gonna. I mean, how many square feet?
That'll do 100 square feet.
Okay, that should be enough. Again, I'm not doing the whole thing. I'm doing like part of it. So that's why I finished the rest.
That would this is water based. This is semi-gloss.
Is there a mat? Do you have more mat?
I don't have any mats at all. Somebody else asked for it, but that's semi-gloss that's gonna be the lowest I've got in here right now. Have you tried the Ben Moore across the street?
No.
To the Ragged Center?
Ben Moore. No, I haven't.
You may want to try them because they may have
Okay.
than I've got here right now. Because that's a semi-gloss and they may have
This is pretty shiny.
yeah, it's gonna be Yeah, it's gonna be shinier than obviously than a matte or a satin.
Yeah.
So, because I would either try them or Spectrum Paint, which is you know where Fountain Drive is off the car, just past the backside of Harris Teeter.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, and the hot dog place is over there, and PT's is over there.
Oh, yeah, I know
Yeah.
PTs.
Yeah, if you go in like you're going to
Yeah, but
PT's,
going.
you'll see the sign that says "Turn to Spectrum."
Oh,
You gotta
okay.
go. You gotta go down. They're kind of back in there, but you
Alright.
just you
They're
go down there.
nearby.
They're very It'll take you 5 minutes to get over there.
Yeah.
They would probably be even better because they've got. I just think that they'll actually be better than going to that Benmore. They smell Benmore over there, but they are big. They have a big. They'll help you out.
Okay. All right. What was it called again?
Called Spectrum.
Spectrum Paints, I'm assuming. All right, sweet. And I mean, if they worst case scenario they don't have it, try over there.
Yeah.
Ben, what was that?
It's
Ben.
Custom Colors. It's called Custom Colors.
Oh, okay.
But then you can, when you walk back out, you can see them straight across the street.
Oh.
Down. See there? See the Racket Center across the street?
Oh yeah.
See the Benmore there?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so you can try them first, but
Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to get past them anyway.
So you can try them and then, but yeah, no, go to Spectrum because they got a really good thing to help you out.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, man.
Have a good one. There's somebody that loves me.
I'm looking for like a paint, like a clear coat. That's matte.
What? Matte
Clear coat? Yeah.
Um,
Clear coat. Like a wall, outside wall.
I just don't know if it's anything that's going to be clear and dead and not $100 a gallon. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That shit is expensive quickly.
It's $100 a gallon. So like that's just how much it is.
I don't know if that it's going to be that low.
Well, yeah.
I do have this Ascend matte exterior, clear, and it's water based as well. So cleanup won't be too terrible. That's probably that's probably all I have it. Everything else I'm gonna have is gonna be either satin or semi-gloss.
Yeah. I mean that's pretty shiny, right?
The semi-gloss definitely. The satin, it's a little more depending on the angle you're looking at, it can be kind of shiny. So you want something that's definitely more dead, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see how much. What's up here?
It's So like it's at Buffalo's. I don't know if you know.
Oh, the
where-
on Rock-
the rest of it.
Okay, so this is 8675.
Oh, sweet. How many square feet is it?
Footages on this. 230 to 470, depending.
Okay. Should be good for.
I mean, if you just painted it, it's not old wood, so it's not going to get sucked up into it. So yeah,
Yeah.
it should cover a bit better than that.
I mean, it sucks. It's like brick, but it's like pory. So it's kind of like a pory. But I mean, that should definitely be enough for now.
See here. Leland showing, if you like to call them.
Oh, my bad.
Is that a Visa or a MasterCard?
American Express. Thank you.
As long as they make the same formula, they got.
There you go.
It's like, yeah, it's like that thing from custom. Yeah, it'll be fine. Yeah, put it up. Make sure they are. Got a picture of it. Okay.
Hey, good buddy.
Nice. Thank you.
Oh,
I'll have it for you.
right a bit.
You go.
You want to grab your tablet or not? Okay. Here.
I got Teddy.
Do you know Lulu? Yeah, that's what. You know Lulu? Lulu. Yeah. For yeah, friends. You know this? Are you looking for Lulu? Yeah, I used to have his phone number, but then I think he's like phone number changed or something. Or like I don't know, it like just stopped like receiving.
I let people know to do it or to make it different.
Like I wanna like we talked a while ago and I like had this game. It's kind of explained, but
Let me tell you that because you usually make the logo doing. See over here.
yeah, I'm talking about the guy.
Yeah, but by the meaning you don't have logo. And
Oh yeah.
you have the orange book. You just put water and sugar.
Okay.
And you can
Yeah, that's fine.
yeah.
That's okay. I'll just come by another time.
Oh, okay, okay.
Okay, thank you, Bev. Okay. But yeah, are y'all serving food?
30.
Like food?
Yeah. Okay, for today we have fried fish. Uh, the great
Yeah, like a burrito.
fried fish. Stuff. About flop.
Okay. Can I get a taco? Okay. Okay.
That's all.
I'll just get two. Yeah.
What kind of meat?
Chicken.
Yeah. You're gonna take a couple minutes.
It's all good.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. Hey, you don't have to worry. I have to go. I have to go somewhere. I have to leave. So don't worry about the tacos. I have to go. But thank you. Have a good one. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I got you. I gotta open the gate. Yeah. No, it needs.